Good morning, everyone. Just doing a sound check this morning. Sound check presenter's laptop, sound check presenter's laptop, clerk's laptop, sound check clerk's laptop. Thank you, everyone. We're going back to pre-meeting.
Good morning, everybody. It is 9:30, and I'm going to call the meeting to order for July 6, 2021 of the City Hamilton Planning Committee. Uh, Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and archived on the city's website. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings.
Kidding me.
Members of the committee are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. Members of the public have 5 minutes to address the committee. At this time, we do have full committee present and quorum, and I understand that Councillor Collins is going to be stepping out at 1:30. Councillor Farr has a brief appointment at 10:30, and Councillor Partridge will be leaving us briefly at 10 o'clock, but should be back. Thank you. Councillor Partridge? Sorry, you're on mute there, Councillor.
Sorry, I was unmuted and then I muted my, anyway, I will be leaving at 2 o'clock for a medical appointment today. Hopefully we will still have quorum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully we'll be done by then, but you never know. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are changes under public hearings. 9.1 application for zoning bylaw amendment for 1269 Mohawk Road. We have added written submissions N to AA, which are from Erica Heinel, Nalan Amin, Shanaz Taysin, Kamal Kara, Saeed Hasnain, Jashim Udin, Mohammed Alish, Ken Dowie, Shilpa Amin, Ken Cook, Rajiv Sharma, Barbara Lynn and Bernice Simpson, M&H Van Woudenberg, and Bob Mayton from the Ancaster Village Heritage Community, as well under 9.2, which is an application for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of condominium for 3140 and 3150 Binbrook Road. Appendix B, the draft bylaw has been slightly revised, which will be detailed when staff present to the committee. And that is everything.
Thank you. So I need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended, moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Thank you. That carries. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? Not seeing any from committee. Thank you. And I'll just note that we have Councillor Clark as a non-committee member joining us this morning as well. It's so humid in here. I'm having a hard time flipping my pages. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting from June 15th, 2021, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. Reminder for members of staff speaking at today's meeting that they're asked to just state their name and title before speaking for the first time. So first on our agenda is under consent items is 7.1, the Coots to Escarpment Eco Plan and Plan of Memorandum of Understanding for wards 1, 13, and 15. We do have a staff presentation from Jennifer Roth. Councillor Wilson? Yeah, you'd like to see the staff presentation? Okay. So Jennifer, if you're able to activate your video and microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just trying to get it to go full screen. There we go. Okay, good morning. My name is Jennifer Roth, and I'm a planner with the Community Planning section in the Planning Division. And I'll be presenting the report PED 21-120 titled Coots to Escarpment Eco Park System, Strategic Plan and Memorandum of Understanding. I would like to start with providing a bit of an overview on what the Coots to Escarpment Eco Park System is. Originally, the idea was a partnership around these natural areas back in 2006 by the Natural Heritage Planning Committee of the Bay Area Restoration Council. And it was initiated in 2007 with 9 partner agencies that are listed on this slide. This is a voluntary collaboration of these 9 partner agencies. The first strategic plan, called the Coots to Escarpment Park System Conservation Land Management Strategy, was finalized in 2009 and approved in principle by all participating boards and councils in 2010. The participating agencies agreed to establish the Eco Park System as this voluntary collaboration, and it originally operated under a 3-year memorandum of understanding starting in 2013, and then was amended and extended for 5 years in 2016. The 9 partner agencies own, manage, and protect nearly 2,000 hectares of this nearly 4,000 hectares of open space and natural lands located between Coots Paradise Marsh, Hamilton Harbor, and the Niagara Escarpment. These areas are recognized for their significant biodiversity and long cultural history. This is one of the most biologically rich areas of Canada, home to nearly a quarter of the country's wild plants and more than 50 species at risk. Approximately half of the lands in the Eco Park are within the City of Hamilton boundary. A combination of actions of the partner landowners and private landowners within the Eco Park area help to achieve the vision for these lands. Private landowners assist in achieving this through many stewardship projects. Partner agencies support these stewardship activities, as well as complete research projects and share resources to accomplish this vision. The strategic plan for the years 2021 to 2030 is an update to the goals and objectives set out in the 2009 plan I previously mentioned. Consultations and workshop for the strategic plan began in early 2019 and involved representatives of the participating voluntary agencies, as well as the diversity of interested individuals from various other organizations and perspectives. Once drafted, the 2021 to 2030 strategic plan was circulated to City of Hamilton staff for review. No major staff concerns were identified. The draft strategic plan was also posted on the Eco Park webpage for public consultation. The engagement with the public did not result in changes to the strategic plan, but provided substantial feedback on emerging project priority areas, including stewardship, trail management, communication, engaging new partners, and research opportunities. The strategic plan builds upon several background documents, including that previous strategic plan that I mentioned. The vision in the strategic plan is that the Eco Park system will become a permanently protected natural land sanctuary, linking Coots Paradise marshlands with Hamilton Harbor and the Niagara Escarpment. The mission outlined in the strategic plan is a partnership that collaborates to preserve and enhance the natural lands that are owned and stewarded by using sustainable approaches to protect biodiversity, highlight ecosystem services, and enable responsible human connection to nature. 5 objectives were developed for natural land management and include natural heritage, recreation, cultural heritage, interpretation, and management. Building on the vision, mission, and objectives, 5 key strategic priority areas were identified to be advanced in a coordinated manner for the duration of the strategic plan, which again, it's going to extend from 2021 currently until 2030. Within each of the 5 key strategic priority areas, a number of directions and action items have been developed to support the implementation of each of those priority areas. Progress will be monitored by the Eco Park System Secretariat and Management Committee. Biannually, progress will be reported to the Eco Park System Governing Council, Management Committee, and posted on the website. An annual report card will be produced to track progress against the strategic priority areas. The first recommendation of this report that I am presenting on seeks council to endorse the strategic plan. So now I just want to touch on what we've accomplished so far as being a participating member of this collaborative partnership. So since the Eco Park System was initiated in 2007, progress has been substantial, and we've included a few highlights on this slide. The image on the left is one of the 6 heritage land management plans that have been endorsed by City of Hamilton Council. So these are management plans, not planning documents, not in the same way that our Urban Hamilton official plan is a planning document. It's more focused on the actual natural lands management. As well, the Eco Park System has secured over $2 million in funding from Friends of the Greenbelt Foundation and other funding sources. There have been a number of stewardship projects completed, including invasive species management, habitat restoration, and recovery of species at risk. And another important highlight is that there has been an addition of 127 hectares of land secured through purchase or donation. These accomplishments were achieved through this partnership approach of the Eco Park System because it allows for information and resource sharing amongst the partner agencies. Ongoing participation in the Coast-to-Escarpment Eco Park System Governing Council and Management Committee will assist the City of Hamilton in meeting the natural heritage goals established in the Urban Hamilton and Rural Hamilton official plans. Along with the strategic plan, a new memorandum of understanding is needed to recommit partner agencies to the Eco Park System. The second recommendation of this report that I'm presenting seeks Council's recommitment to the Eco Park by approving the MOU and the associated funding for the next 5 years, so until 2026. There have been 2 previous MOUs, which I stated, and previous funding has been committed. The MOU establishes a framework for joint decision-making amongst the partners on matters concerning the Eco Park System. The MOU is made up of a project charter, terms of reference, and a budget. The terms of reference in the MOU establishes the Governing Council to provide strategic leadership in implementing the Eco Park System. It also establishes this management committee that I referred to, which provides that tactile leadership on implementing the Eco Park System. On actually implementing the strategic directions of the Governing Council, as well as providing operational guidance to the Secretariat. The MOU commits the city to provide total funding of $82,936 over a 5-year period. The budget in the MOU shows the breakdown of where the money goes to assist in achieving the vision of Coast-to-Escarpment. This includes some of the projects that I just mentioned on the previous slides. In addition to the financial contributions, staff provide in-kind contributions to support the initiatives and visions. Staff recommend that in-kind contributions to support the Eco Park also continue. With that, I've concluded my presentation and would seek Council approve the recommendations within this report. I'm available, as well as my manager, Christine Newbold, to answer any questions that may remain.
Thank you, Jennifer. I do have Councillor Partridge on our speakers list. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I don't really have any questions. Excuse me. I just want to thank Jennifer and Christine as well for the presentation and for your work on this. But I do want to recognize that it was MPP Eleanor McMahon and MPP McMeekin that really did the heavy lifting on this at the very initial stages. And I was certainly very, very pleased when I got elected in 2010 to be brought into the mix with Councillor McHattie. And now we have Councillor Wilson, who's taken over some reins there, and Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek, who took over from Councillor Powers, who was also involved in this in the early stages. And lots of work has been done. Partners have been terrific. I think it's an incredible commitment for for not only the city of Hamilton, but all the partners. And to hear that we've been able to add 127 hectares, you know, it's an area that we as a council can be very proud of. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion on this item? Councillor Wilson?
No, thank you. I'd like to thank the previous speaker for recognizing some of those early pioneers and the addition of land. And thank you to staff for their work and their diligence on this throughout. For me, it speaks to the importance of, and I think we are gaining a greater knowledge in the importance of continuous keeping parcels together in continuous pieces for whether it's wildlife corridor opportunities and the fact that our natural pollinators and every other species does not recognize political boundaries or private or public property. So it speaks to also the importance of large swaths of continuous land for reasons of climate mitigation, for reasons of a healthy and sustainable watershed. And I think it is a model. And as Jennifer noted, this is the most valuable land in all of Canada, something to that effect. So thank you very much and appreciate your diligence on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay? But I need to stop my video.
You're going to need to stop your video. You know, we can hear you for like the first little bit and then it breaks up and then.
Okay, well, I just turned the video off. Just very briefly, the Hamilton Conservation Authority received a similar report at our last board meeting, and they've already approved this. So they're on as a partner. So they're going around to all of them to get them to re-sign. And if the city approves this today, that'll be at least 2 that we've got done. Thanks.
Thank you for the update there, Councillor. So any further discussion on this item from committee? I'm not seeing anyone, so I need a motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Wilson. So this is just staff presentation. And then similarly, got Councillor Collins, thank you. And then on the recommendations in the report to approve, moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Just 1 second for the vote here. Ferguson. There we go. Vote should be up. Thank you. That carries unanimously. On item 7.2, a demolition permit for 202 Cannon Street East in Ward 2. Councillor Farr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Quick question to staff on this one. I don't want to say that the 20K suggested in the report is arbitrary, but I thought it might be a good time to ask why not more, why not less? Why was 20K contemplated in this report?
Through the chair, this is a Planning Act amount. That's
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, George. Are you feeling? I've dealt with the proponent. Initially, I believe it was some higher densities that property owner was going after, but in this case, it's not quite what was initially brought forward. I think to the formal consultation stage, or at least a consultation stage with staff. Are you in the building department, George, feeling confident that we needn't worry about a delay in the demolition in this case?
Well, in this case, through the chair, basically we can't issue the permit because they don't have formal final site plan. They have conditional site plan approval. As to the stage of the site plan, I can't speak to that. But that's why they're trying to demolish the building so they can clear the land prior to actually starting to build. But I'm not aware how long it's going to be for the site plan at this point.
Is there someone from planning who can share? I believe it's imminent. Is there a planner on the file present today? If not, that's fine. I can deal with it offline. I just wanted to get a sense, I get confirmation of my sense that there's an impetus by the property owner to move. In fact, that's why this is before us, as opposed to, unfortunately, we've seen it. It's very rare, but a demolition occurs, and then we see vacant property. In this case, I don't see that being a factor. So if George from building can't obviously answer, is there someone on this file that's present, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman,
Director
Steve
Ferguson.
Robichaud, Chief Planner. You are correct, Councillor Farr, that they are very close to finalizing the site plan conditions to proceed to a building permit. I believe this is one of the issues the applicant wanted to see resolved before they completed their site plan process, so they would understand what their path would be going forward. And we will follow up with you, Councillor, before the council meeting on Friday to confirm exactly what conditions are still outstanding. But it's my understanding that the applicant is very, very close to clearing all the necessary conditions to proceed to building permit submission. And like I said, this was one of those issues that needed to be resolved prior to them proceeding with that building permit submission. They've been working very cooperatively with staff, I might point out, in terms of addressing all of the issues. And they've been very cooperative and patient with staff in terms of meeting all of our requirements through the site planning process. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And thank you, George. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further discussion on this item? Not seeing any from committee. So in that case, I need a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Ferguson.
Through the chair, the recommendation is to put the conditions on it. Make it clear. So they won't be able to demolish it until they get site plan. Just want to make it clear that you understand what the recommendation is.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to toggle back to the report, and I'll give Councillor Farr a moment just to make sure.
Oh, I'm aware. The recommendation is the applicant has applied for and received a building permit for a replacement. Oh, sorry. The recommendation is pursuant to Section 33 of the Planning Act, subject to the following conditions, as George has pointed out. We're saying, as the CBO or his delegate today, George, that the CBO be authorized to issue a demo permit for 202 Cannon in accordance with the bylaw as noted, and as amended, the other bylaw as noted, and Section 33 of the Planning Act. And then the conditions are part of the recommendation following that opener, which is conditions A, B, C, and George, I think that's it, right? A, B, and C.
That's correct, yeah. So basically, we're going to wait till the site plan is approved before we can issue a demolition permit through the chair.
Yep.
Okay.
And my reference to 20K is in B, which was my initial question.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
That vote is carried unanimously. On to 7.3, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw, plan of subdivision citywide. So I need a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor. Who'd like to move? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on 7.3? Not seeing any. So all in favor to receive the report? Councillor Farr, were you able to vote? Yeah, we got it. Okay. Thank you. That carries. On 7.4, the report from the Municipal Heritage Committee, and Director Robichaud is going to give us an overview of recommendation number 1 in the report. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out for the committee's benefit that the province has brought forward the changes to the Heritage Act under Bill 108. Those changes have a significant impact in terms of sort of the processes relating to adding both properties to the registry as well as properties that are being designated. The province has replaced what used to be the Conservation Review Board now with the Ontario Land Tribunal, who will make a final determination on designations if they are appealed by the property owner to the OLT, as well as if there are issues with heritage permits. The property owner can also appeal a heritage permit to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the Ontario Land Tribunal will make a final determination on the heritage permit. So it'll function much more the way the OMB LPAT did, in the sense that the OLT's decision on designation and heritage permits will be final, where before the Conservation Review Board used to provide advice to council as to how to proceed with the designation, whether council wanted to or not. In addition, as it relates to both the registry and the designation process, the province has provided enhanced requirements that the municipalities across Ontario must follow. As it relates to the registry, they are now prescribing the minimum standards for the description and explanation of the property that's being added to the registry and why it's being added to the registry. And a property owner can now object to council if a property is being added to the registry, and that objection can occur at any time. So for example, if a decision is made by a homeowner to request council to add their property to the registry, and then that property is sold, the new purchaser can then can object to council to having that property included on the registry, even though at the time of purchase, the property was already on the registry. And there is no restrictions on the number of times that a property owner can appeal or object to council about the inclusion on their registry. So theoretically, they could do it, indefinitely, and council would have to deal with each objection individually and each time it comes forward, regardless of any previous decisions of council to include the property on the registry. This will also mean that we're going to raise the bar and the threshold in terms of the quality of the information and the minimum information that's being used to justify putting a property on the registry, because ultimately, if we start to move forward to designating properties, this information will have to be defended in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal. Many of the changes that the province has brought in relating to designations reflect the city's current best practices as they relate to designations. They are providing new enhanced minimum standards on a provincial-wide basis for designating bylaws and the description of heritage attributes. So it will require a bit more staff time and resources on a property-by-property basis in preparing the designating bylaws. And those are essentially the main changes that are there are some other administrative changes relating to demolitions and the removal of properties from registration, from the designation process or the designated bylaws. I just wanted to point out that those changes are now in effect, and that staff will be, now that Bill 108 is final and done and the regulations have been issued, we will now be proceeding with the, moving forward with the review and of our heritage permit process, as well as the designation process, to ensure that it aligns with requirements of Bill 108. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Robichaud. On the speakers list, we have Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, excuse me, thank you, Chair. And so my question through you to Steve, knowing that we're in the process of doing a heritage inventory of Waterdown as part of the secondary plan for Waterdown, as well as the transportation master plan, hearing that this is going to be in effect probably as of July 1st, what impact is that going to have on the work that's been done already, which is, I think, slated to come to council sometime this fall for approval of the heritage inventory?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, we will have to meet the new standards because it's the standards in effect at the time that council makes a decision on the registry. So the external consultants that are doing that work, in addition with staff, will have to ensure that those minimum thresholds are met in that work. I think the benefit here, we do have professional consultants that are doing the work and they are aware of these changes, so this will not catch them as a surprise. They will just need to ensure that the necessary statements and documentation are prepared for each individual property that is being recommended to be added to the registry. It will also relate, I said, the importance of having the qualified professionals doing this work is the long-term defensibility of that work, i.e. you shouldn't be relying on work that isn't done by professionals. Ultimately, if it leads to a designation, if that sort of foundational work can then gets called into question, so it will be at the designation stage, would effectively having to start all over again if the work was not done by the necessary qualified professionals to justify and support the ultimate designation of a property. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I mean, there's been an awful lot of work done by staff, and I know we have We have already, I think, 13 properties that we have designated as part of that heritage inventory through a motion that was done a few months ago, but there's, there's still more coming forward. Thanks. I appreciate the explanation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson?
Yep, thank you. So Steve, through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is from what I heard you earlier, that even though a home or a property is designated heritage, each time it's sold, the new owner can come in and ask for that designation to be reversed. Does council still have the opportunity or the authority to refuse those requests? Or is it just a done deal?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this would be properties on the registry and not the designation. So that if a property was on the registry and the new purchaser wanted to have it removed, they could object and request that council remove it. Council still has the decision can still make the decision whether or not to agree to that request. So they can say, yes, remove it from the registry, or they can say, reconfirm their decision and keep it on the registry. There is a potential for somebody though to, harass council in the sense that they don't like council saying, no, we're going to keep it on the registry. Then the next day they could make the exact same request to council and appear over and over again. That's the concern that we have. There's no limit on the number of times the council can consider a request to remove a property from the registry.
Okay, so, but through you, Mr. Chair, to Steve, that really, other than the repetitiveness, that really isn't any different than it is today. So if there's a house on the registry to be registered, a new owner can come in and ask. It doesn't mean whether they're going to get it, but they can still request that, correct?
That is correct. If a property has been on the registry, the council could, any property owner at any point in time could come forward with a request to have it removed. I think it's just a little bit different. Normally though, if you're purchasing a property sort of as is, you're sort of aware that you're buying it with that registry restriction already on the property, as opposed to now there's sort of property owners can continually come forward and ask to have a property removed. Most people would, when they're buying the property and doing their due diligence, that's part of the search that their lawyers would undertake in terms of dealing with it.
Can we get around this in such a way that every time they come in and ask for it to be reversed, is there a fee involved? Can we impose a fee in that so that it would sort of deter people from keep coming back every other day, as you said?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that was one of my thoughts, that we would, through pass a bylaw under the Municipal Act, process requests to remove a property from the registry, or to process requests to have a property de-designated, and that would at the very least cover the staff costs to process those requests. And that we could look at doing that as an amendment to our fee bylaw going forward. I don't think we want to penalize property owners who are advancing heritage designations on their properties or processing permits. But those people who are seeking to remove it, that may be an option that we could put a fee to ensure that it's on a cost recovery based on the amount of, once we get an understanding of the amount of staff time to deal with it, committee time and council time, and whether it's a nominal fee or a full cost recovery fee, we could put that process in place as a Municipal Act bylaw. That is correct.
And Steve, I'm very supportive of the fact that if someone bought a property and wanted to come in and reverse that designation and has sound reasoning to do that, I understand that part. But if they keep coming back, as you said, harassing like every other day, I know all the work that goes into the staff reports. They have to bring it forward to explain why it's on the registry, why it's and there's history involved, and it's recommendations are involved. So there is staff time in this. So I totally understand and I totally support the fact that if it's the second request onward, absolutely. And each time they come in, maybe the fee should increase. That would be a deterrent as well. Anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further discussion on this item? Not seeing any. Can I just hand the chair over to you, Councillor Johnson, for a moment? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Two questions through me to you, Director Robichaud. The first is, will this have any impact on emergency designations in those situations where a property owner has a property that's listed but not registered or not designated, and they apply for a demolition permit, and council is able to step in and issue an emergency designation in order to prevent that demolition? Would this have any impact on that process?
Mr. Robichaud?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, my recollection is that if the property is not on the registry or is not designated, you cannot, and then they apply for a demolition permit under Bill 108, you cannot now sort of retroactively and start the heritage designation process in order to delay or cancel the demolition permit, that once they're sort of grandfathered and they're sheltered and protected from that. And the other consideration is if it's relating to a Planning Act application, I believe we have 90 days from receipt of a complete Planning Act application to determine whether or not we will be proceeding with the designation of the property. That is why when council adopted the staff recommendations earlier on Bill 108, we had the direction to ensure that we updated all of our Planning Act applications to identify heritage properties as early as possible so that we have the full range of tools available to us as early as possible in the process. That 90-day extension on applications can only be extended with the consent of the property owner. And if the property owner does not agree to the extension, then we can't designate it after 90 days from deeming a development application complete.
Okay, so just for my clarity here, so there's kind of 3 levels to a heritage designation, right? There's it being identified, it being listed, and then it being actually designated. So in that process, if it's identified and it's listed but just not yet designated officially, is that in the process able to issue that emergency designation, or does that basically take, you know, all of the emergency designation authority from the council off the table?
Through you, Madam Chairman, so there's listed, registry, and designated. Listed properties are probably the ones that would be at most vulnerable in terms that if they have the least degree of protection. And if they're on the registry, we have the 60 days to make a determination as to whether or not to proceed with the designation if a demolition permit or notice of intent to demolish has been served on council. Once it's designated, then it has the highest level of protection from a heritage perspective. That's why I think, as Councillor Partridge indicated, we are trying to move as many properties from the listing to that registry status as we're doing secondary plans or other work so that we are being able to provide some protection for them.
Thank you. So just again, so I'm clear, there's quite a few properties that are listed that the property owners are resisting it even being registered, and those listed properties, just specifically, what protections do they have if we were to step in to stop a demolition?
If a demolition permit has been applied for, I don't believe that you can retroactively you can't put it on the registry with the intent of canceling the demolition permit. Those are the properties that are most at risk, and that's why we've been working to put them onto the registry, which gives them that higher level of protection in terms of those significant properties. So that is part of the reason why we've been advancing the registry as much as possible. It's just ensuring that that registry has the necessary information and it's defensible should that be the basis for proceeding to a designation. And that's why we've been trying to get as many properties designated as well as the designation and moving through the work plan as designation. There has been some confusion around existing designating bylaws. There's some of the older bylaws that were passed in the 70s that are very vague. The province has recently clarified that there is no need to automatically repeal and update those bylaws. That'll have to be we'll be looking at reviewing all of the older bylaws to ensure that they meet the requirements in terms of providing some protection for designated properties, because there has been some concern that some of the older designating bylaws are very vague as to what is a heritage attribute and what is or is not protected or requires a heritage permit. So based on the discussion at the last Heritage Committee meeting, we did commit to undertaking a review of that, assigning them sort of a priority for revisiting those existing designating bylaws and coming forward with the necessary recommendations on how to rectify any deficiencies that staff identify. Thank you.
Thank you. And last question is on just the workload for the Heritage Committee. That's a committee that's already very overburdened, and we're adding quite a few heritage properties, and it takes a lot of staff time and volunteer time to get to the point where a property is it's registered. Is there concern that, especially with applications over and over to remove properties, is there concern about the workload of our Heritage Committee?
Workload is always a concern and a consideration. So earlier this year, we actually converted one of the development planner positions into a cultural heritage planner position. So now we have 3 cultural heritage planner positions within the planning division. In addition, we have additional resources in our tourism and culture section under Carrie Brooks Joyner that we can draw on as required to facilitate and assist. We've been, I think, being fairly effective in the use of consultants in terms of doing the work and advancing the designation. So at this point in time, it's manageable. It's also related to the other activities relating, development review or heritage permits or just general inquiries. So it's our prioritization of the workflow. But I think as one of the municipalities in Ontario, we probably are one of the leading municipalities in the number of designations done on an annualized basis. Thank you.
Thank you. So just on the removal applications. So you kind of mentioned that you're thinking about a bylaw to develop a cost recovery fee or a fee for when people apply to remove a heritage designation. Would you like a direction from this committee on that, or is that something that you're going to come back to committee with as a staff recommendation?
I don't know if, I think a direction maybe to including when we report back a fee for cost recoveries relating to removing properties from the registry has merit, and because it's sort of, Mr. Thorne and I haven't had a chance to talk about this, but in speaking with, this morning, just thinking about this, it probably wouldn't hurt that staff take a look at it, and whether it's simply a nominal fee of $250 for the first time, and then it starts to escalate to full cost recovery if there's multiple requests, that would help address that issue, because I am concerned in seeing what's happening in some other municipalities where people use appeal processes as a way of sort of advancing an agenda that may not be related to the matter directly at hand. It would sort of help send a message about why the importance of protecting the heritage resources and trying to avoid that sort of nuisance behavior that somebody may want to engage in. So I think it would a direction to staff to include it in the reporting back as part of the heritage permit review process would be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll take the chair back, and then Councillor Johnson, since you raised that, if you'd like to move that, I'll leave it up to you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
On a direction for staff to report back on options for a fee when there's applications to remove a heritage designation.
Thank you. I'll move that.
Thank you. And a seconder, we'll just put that on the table. Councillor Wilson, thank you. And all in favor? It's coming up. Thank you. That carries unanimous. And then on the Heritage Committee report to approve the recommendations in the committee report. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Farr. Need more coffee. Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Seconding. I'm going to run out too, and I'll be back in hopefully 20 minutes max.
Thank you, Councillor. Honestly, on our public hearings and delegations, the public has been advised of how to pre-register to be a virtual delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the zoning bylaw amendment, official plan amendment, and draft plan of condominium applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So first on our list is item 9.1, which is an application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 1269 Mohawk Road in Ancaster in Ward 14. And considering the number of written correspondence on this file, I'd suggest that we should see the staff presentation. So we have Mark Andrews available.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here, and I will begin my presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure the correct screen is showing for everyone here, not showing up as my notes. I'm just using dual screens here, so that's...
Yeah, we can see your main slide and the next slide. There we
There
go,
you go.
that's better.
Okay, it's full screen now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, good morning, Chair and members of Planning Committee, staff, and any members of the public in attendance. My name is Mark Andrews, planner for the City of Hamilton, and today I'll be discussing the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 1269 Mohawk Road West in Ancaster. The application is for a change in zoning from the agricultural zone, Block 1, and the residential R4666 zone, modified, Block 2, to a holding residential multiple zone, modified, to facilitate the development of a 4-story, 19-unit multiple dwelling with 35 parking spaces on the subject property. The subject property is located on the north side of Mohawk Road, to the west of Upper Horning and Scenic Drive, and east of Golf Links Road and the Lincoln Alexander Parkway. This slide just shows an aerial view of the subject property. To the immediate east is a small local commercial building which contains a dental office as well as a childcare facility. To the south of Mohawk Road, although this photo is a bit out of date, there is a current development for a 2-story office and commercial building. Also to the south is the Shadoak Animal Clinic. To the north of the subject property is a low-density residential development consisting of single detached dwellings. And to the immediate east of the subject property is a low-density development also under construction for single detached dwellings. This slide just shows the proposed site plan of the proposed 19-unit 4-story multiple dwelling. As you can see, and I will get into these details later on in my presentation, the intent is to retain a portion of the existing the 2-story heritage home, and to construct and integrate the 4-story apartment dwelling to the rear of the home. The existing driveway will be retained. There is a single-story garage that is existing that is proposed to be demolished. That driveway that's existing will be used to enter the proposed underground parking structure of the apartment dwelling, and the front steps and retaining walls will remain as well as part of the development. This slide here shows the south elevation. So this would be looking north at the front of the existing dwelling, showing a view of the proposed 4-story apartment building. This is the west elevation, so this would be looking on the east side of the subject property, looking towards Upper Horning and Scenic Drive. I just wanted to point out this does show a good view just of the existing height of the dwelling, which is 2 stories. And I do know, which I will discuss again later in the presentation, concerns that were raised with regards to height. So the existing 2-story dwelling is relatively in line with the third story of the 4-story addition. So what we'd be looking at here would be a 1.5-story addition above to the existing height of the existing dwelling. This is the east elevation. So looking at standing on the east side of the subject property, looking west towards Golf Links and the Lincoln Alexander Parkway. And this would be the north elevation. So if you were standing at the rear of the subject property looking south towards Mohawk Road, you could see the portion of the heritage home that is to be retained here on the right-hand side, the 45-degree angular plane, and step back from the adjacent properties and the 4-story addition. So this is the subject lands looking on the south side of Mohawk Road towards the home. It is, I have another picture that is much more clear, but you can see the existing retaining wall and the significant grade change between Mohawk Road and the subject property on this site. This is the subject property looking south at the 2-story office and commercial development that is currently under construction. This is a slide showing the front of the heritage home. And of note, this is the portion that was constructed in 1883 that is to be retained and incorporated into the new design. There are a number of heritage components on this home that are to be retained, some of which include the arches on the windows, the keystones, the brick voussoirs, and the coins along the corner of the building. This is the single-story accessory structure and existing garage that is proposed to be demolished. Once it is demolished, the existing driveway will be used as the access to the underground parking garage. This is the, looking east towards Scenic Drive and Upper Horning. It just shows the streetscape of Mohawk Road with the hydro corridor running to the east, the Chinook Animal Hospital also on the east side, and the local commercial development to the directly east of the subject property. These are the homes. So this would be on the west side of the subject property. This is the low density development that is currently under construction, consisting of single detached dwellings. Golf Links Road Mohawk Road continues as Golf Links Road once you cross over the Lincoln Alexander to the left of the screen here. This is the rear yard, so it would be the north side of the subject property, showing there are a number of dwellings. There's a small local access road to the rear of the property with some mature vegetation and trees. There are a number of trees that are proposed to be removed. However, the city will require adequate compensation at 1-to-1, and these will be addressed through the site plan control stage in terms of what we will be requiring in terms of compensation and landscape and compensation plans. This is looking east from the subject property, this is that local commercial building that consists of a dental office and a childcare facility. And this is the rear of the heritage home. In the foreground here, you can see this is the addition that was made in the late 19th century. This is the portion that does not retain the original heritage components of the property and is proposed to be removed with the original structure retained and incorporated into the 4-story building. This is a view of the front southeast corner of the home. These are the existing steps which show the significant grade change from the Mohawk Road right of way up to the property. These steps are proposed to remain and will also be incorporated into the future design of the proposed apartment dwelling. So I wanted to just discuss some of the heritage attributes here. So the subject property is not designated under the Ontario Heritage Act. The subject property is, however, on the city's inventory of properties containing some cultural heritage value. A cultural heritage impact assessment was submitted and reviewed by staff. And as part of the zoning bylaw amendment application, the report did conclude that 1269 Mohawk Road is a valued representation of a 19th century Gothic Revival farmhouse. The property's historical and contextual value derives from its association with Mohawk Road as one of the early entrances to Ancaster. The property is associated with the theme of early settlement, as it is one of the last remaining farmhouse buildings on Mohawk Road. So accordingly, what we have done is the proposed zoning regulations have a holding provision that will ensure that significant cultural heritage resources are conserved through the proposed redevelopment of the site. And what I've shown here are some of the attributes that are to be retained, which include the original stone foundation of the 1883 farmhouse, the exterior brick facade of the original T-shaped farmhouse structure, the fenestration details, the buff brick voussoirs and keystone buff brick rounded arches, and the location of the building on top of a historical slope overlooking Mohawk Road. And as I noted, the rear 19th century addition and some of those interior features which do not retain those heritage attributes are proposed to be demolished. In accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the council approved public participation policy, notice of complete application was sent to 39 property owners within 120 meters of the subject property on January 18th, 2019, and a public notice sign was posted on the property January 23rd, 2019. The public notice sign was updated with the public meeting date on June 9th of this year, and notice of the public meeting was provided to 40 property owners on June 18th, 2021. At the time of the finalization of the report, no formal submission had been received from members of the public. However, feedback was received and sent in to ward councillors as well as the clerk's office. And these issues spoke, from what I had seen, primarily to building height, massing, density of the proposed development, and overlook into neighbors' yards. So just to speak in terms of the height, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is intended to implement the medium density residential policies of the Urban Hamilton official plan. The medium density residential policies allow for building heights of up to 6 stories. The modified RM6 zone does predate the policies of the Urban Hamilton official plan, which does limit the building height from the maximum permissible under the UHOB. In doing so, it does limit the building height to a maximum of 4 stories and requires that height be stepped back from the western side, which, as you see in the elevations, this has been done. In this regard, the modification does strike a balance between providing for intensification and ensuring contextual fit with the neighborhood. And the planning staff is under the impression that this is appropriate and is supported. With regards to density, again, under the medium density residential policies, the proposal is in keeping with that. There are no proposed official plan amendment changes. The residential policies of the medium density designation allow for densities of up to 100 units per hectare. Therefore, the increased density modification is appropriate and is in keeping with the medium density designation and supported by staff. In terms of overlook, as I've shown you on the elevations, the 4 stories is really in keeping with the current structure, about 1.5 stories over the highest point of the existing roof. And a range of site-specific regulations have been incorporated into the bylaw, including setbacks and stepbacks from adjacent single detached dwellings, as well as gradient building height regulations, which consider surrounding uses and provides the appropriate measures to prevent overlook and enhancing privacy. The modifications to the zoning provisions will also ensure that the elements of the proposed buildings are contained within the 45-degree angular plane to allow for appropriate transitions in building form and allowing to enhance privacy and to prevent overlook into neighborhood yards. This does conclude my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions from Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Just take down your presentation there. If there's any questions from committee, not seeing any in the indication. Oh, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. The presentation's still up. I guess that's why it doesn't work to wave. But
I
just want to.
Spotted you.
Okay, thank you. So, thanks, Mark, for the presentation. I'm sorry we played telephone tag and weren't able to connect on. I was stuck in GIC yesterday and you weren't available on Friday, so we weren't able to connect. I could ask some of these questions to you offline. But I did have an opportunity last evening to drive over and walk through the site. And I want to first by saying this is in Ancaster, but there's some university professor in Waterloo that did some ward boundary analysis and decided to carve this part of Ancaster out and move it over to Ward 14. So it's actually in Terry Whitehead's ward. But as most of you know, I'm covering that area for Terry while he's off on his sick leave. And so my first reaction when I got to the site is, wow, you're jamming this thing into a postage stamp. And then I got into the report, and there's 12 variances that's being proposed, which sounds bizarre. I can't remember another project in Ancaster, and I'm trying to think of anywhere where there was 12 variances that we supported. I'll start first with the height because you went through your reasons for supporting 4 floors. But in Ancaster, the zoning bylaw calls for a maximum of 3 floors. You didn't mention that. Is there a reason why?
Through the chair, yes. So as I did mention briefly through the presentation that the zoning bylaw for Ancaster does predate the policies of the Urban Hamilton official plan. So in order to carry those policies forward, there are a number of site-specific amendments that needed to be made to the bylaw, as you noted, the 12 modifications. One of those including height. So the medium density does allow a height of 6 stories. In this case, the proponent is proposing 4 stories. So they aren't maxing the height that is allowed under the medium density designation, but they are striking a balance between that. So between the 2 stories that's existing of the home and the 6-story maximum. So we're meeting in the middle with 4.
Okay, because in Ancaster, we value so much our heritage and founded in 1793. We want to maintain that small town feel. I acknowledge that this is out at the east end of Ancaster. It's right up near the Hamilton border. But I'm just worried this could be the tip of the iceberg and where we go. But the other one was the minimum required is 0.4 hectares. This is less than half that at 0.19. That's tiny. And it got confirmed when I got on the site. It's very, very small. And to shoehorn in a 4-floor structure with 19 units on it, I think it's the same builder. Not sure that immediately west of this site, there's some single-family homes, and you showed those in your presentation. So these brand new single-family homes are going to stare to the front yards right at this 4-floor structure. And then on the north side, I didn't see, maybe I was looking down at the time, any photographs of the north side. But there's been a lot of pushback from the people from Scenic Woods. And these are state homes that are on that north side that are going to be looking right into this building out of their front yards also. Was that not considered because there's no 45-degree setback on the north side from those of the Scenic Woods homes? Any particular reason why?
Through the chair, when I discussed the angular plane, so that would apply to the west side. So where those new homes are being constructed, those single detached. So the building is stepped back appropriately to allow for to prevent overlook into those yards and to enhance privacy. The applicant has also proposed significant landscaping and amenity space in the rear and side yards to allow for that space to be used. So while we recognize that the minimum lot area is smaller than what is permitted in the RM6, the development still does represent a compact form to achieve the policies of the medium density residential. But through the site plan control stage, we will be looking at adequate landscaping and tree protection measures and compensation for that to maintain the privacy that is there. So
okay, so it's more than a little smaller. It's less than half. And that's very significant. And I feel bad for the people on the north side, those large homes that are Honeysuckle, I think the street name is. I may have that wrong. But it's going to be have a significant impact on those homes because 4 floors are going to stare them. There's no step back on the north side from those homes. And it takes a long time for any kind of shrubbery to grow up 4 floors to provide privacy. And I suspect that you saw that, and we showed the picture of that massive tree in the backyard of the farmhouse, which is dead center of where this condo is going to go. We're going to lose that. And surprise, you're permitting that also. So I can go through all these amendments. You know, the parking is less than half the Ancaster standard. You know, there's no children's play area. You know, there'd be children move into these condos and you're exempting them from all the children's play area. So it just seems so out of character for the area, and I'm uncomfortable with it. And I will add that I haven't had an opportunity, obviously, to talk to Councillor Whitehead, but I did talk to his assistant, and she's of the view that that Terry thinks it's okay. And I'm going to come back to that in my closing comments and where I think we should go on this. But Those are my questions at this time, Mr. Chairman, but I will have some comments for later on.
Thank you, Councillor. And I do have a letter from Councillor Whitehead that I'll read out when we do get to the report itself. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. My questions have since been answered, so I'll pass. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Any further questions of committee to Mr. Andrews? I'm not seeing any, so I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation, moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Thank you. That's approved unanimously. Michael Barton from MB1 Consulting. Michael, if you're able to start your video and your microphone.
Yes, I am here, if you're able to hear me.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking city staff for all the coordination that's gone on this file. It has been an active application for a few years now. Obviously, COVID did have some impact, but this has been since 2018 that we've been looking at the project, discussing with city staff how to incorporate the heritage building on the property. Obviously, all the concerns and considerations that we've heard about the context of the site. It's been quite a process to get to this point. I'd also like to thank Councillor Whitehead for his ongoing support throughout the project. As was mentioned, he has given a written expression of support for the application. He also did come to our neighborhood consultation meeting where he had expressed support for the project. The owner of the site has been open to changes throughout the process as we've heard concerns that have been raised, and that included stepping back the fourth floor on the building on all sides. So when you look at the drawings, you see that the fourth floor is considerably smaller than the floors below. Part of that was providing the angular plane, but also to just reduce the overall massing of the building. I think a point in Mark's presentation that needs to be reiterated was that it's appropriate that the zoning on this property be updated to reflect the Urban Hamilton official plan. And that does represent challenges, one being that it's an agriculturally zoned property today, but also that the Ancaster bylaw doesn't reflect the policy direction of the Urban Hamilton official plan, which is also directed from the provincial policy statement and places to grow. So what we have here is that the Mohawk Road corridor is a secondary corridor under the official plan. It's also a major arterial. It's seeing a lot of growth and redevelopment, which is appropriate considering its context in terms of the road designation, and also as a corridor, the city is seeking transit supportive development to promote growth along the corridor. So what this proposal is doing is seeking a balance between growth and intensification while ensuring heritage conservation and neighborhood compatibility. And this type of situation inevitably raises concerns. So as I mentioned, this is a secondary corridor with transit service. There are 2 transit stops in close proximity to the property. So an important element of provincial policy to start there is that you are looking at transit supportive development along these corridors. So we want to see an increase in density. The corridor has seen change in close proximity. Mark mentioned the commercial development across the street that is going on. The residential units to the west are actually, while they're single detached dwellings, they're on much smaller lots than you would see from previous developments. It really is a much higher density form of single family development. Next door to that is an existing retirement home. And then on the property, as you move one more to the west, is proposed for a 3-story retirement home. So what you're seeing is this transition to built form that is seeing intensification, looking to increase people and jobs along these corridors. So it's important to keep that in mind, that this site is a different context than the residential neighborhood that's to the north. This is a corridor. This is a prime location to see intensification. The houses that are to the north are really on the periphery of that residential neighborhood. There are 4 particular houses that are right behind the property. And from reviewing the letters that have been submitted, 3 of those owners are actually providing their support to the project. There's one letter from one of these owners that is opposed, but 3 of those homeowners have expressed their support. So in terms of what they've seen, what is proposed with the building, the types of provisions that are in there, they are satisfied with the proposal as it stands before you now. I think a big challenge we have on this property is the heritage factor. So if you were going to look at doing something here on the property that redeveloped it, but also retained the house, that's where you run into challenges. At our public meeting, or I should call it the community meeting, what I heard, Mark had mentioned the concerns that were raised, but when we discussed density or changes to the form that we could pursue, what I heard was predominantly, why can't you build 1 house here or 2 houses or something like that? And the challenge we have is that to do that while retaining a heritage house wouldn't be possible. We would be looking at having 2 dwellings on the property, which isn't permitted. We'd have to do a subdivision or a severance, which wouldn't be would align with policies in terms of lot sizes, how we make it work. We have grading challenges, which were shown in pictures and also noted by Mark. So we really are doing what we can to work within the existing context, provide growth and intensification. And as Mark, I think the point Mark was trying to get at was, if we're bringing this site into conformity with the Urban Hamilton official plan, and doing so through medium density, that 6 stories is where it would max out, and 4 stories is sort of in that middle. So we're not looking to go to a 6-story. We understand that would present further challenges, compatibility, parking, all those elements. We are providing 1.5 spaces per unit on the site. So we are allowing for we're not deficient in that regard. The parking is being provided below grade, so it's screened from view, whether it be on Mohawk or from the neighboring properties. So the parking is going to be out of view from the neighbors. There's also going to be a requirement to control light trespass within our property. So those types of concerns work much better than a situation where you would have surface parking and circulation of vehicles. Again, the existing driveway is being maintained, so we aren't adding potential conflict points on the corridor. We will see traffic coming from the existing location. The traffic study that was prepared for the application also confirmed that the proposal will not result into any incremental challenges in terms of traffic operations along Mohawk. So one element that I wanted to point out was that we have been showing the proposal as 4 stories since we had our community meeting. The application originally came in as 3 stories, and that was where the note with on the city website comes from, is that it was originally submitted as 3 stories. We reduced the footprint of the building to address some concerns with setbacks, how we meet the angular plane and items like that. But we also, as a result, what we did was we added the reduced 4th floor to the building to help us maintain with to keep 19 units as our density. We're originally higher in unit count as well. So the public meeting notice does show the project as 4 stories, and it's been that way, and we've been open and transparent about what the proposal looks like. So as I mentioned, the key heritage features were identified by the city and the consultant that the owner retained. The intent is that those are going to be incorporated into the proposal, and it will also be a functional portion of the building. So this isn't going to be a situation where you have the house appended on the outside of a building. It actually will become a used space in the building. It could be, it's still to be determined exactly what that would be, but it will be something that's available to residents and visitors to actually experience that building when they're on the property. So I do agree with the city staff report and position that the proposal aligns with provincial policy and the Urban Hamilton official plan. I think the numerous letters of support that were submitted for this project, and I would welcome any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Questions from the committee, Councillor Ferguson.
Mr. Barton, you mentioned that the people on the north side, that street's called Honeysuckle, is it not?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
I'm scrambling here just trying to find that street name, because we've got letters in here where they're opposed to it. And from my drive up there yesterday, I can understand why they're opposed. They're going to look out their front door at a 4, well, maybe 3.5 floor wall in front of them. Do you have the addresses of the people that support it?
I can get those from the correspondence here. What I was referring to is, yes, I believe there are letters. It's the 4 houses that back that are directly in alignment with the property. So there's a bend in Honeysuckle, and then there's also properties on the north side of Honeysuckle, but they're quite far removed from the property in terms of where the setback would be. So it's these 4 properties that are most directly, if we want to call it, say, backing on. It's kind of interesting because the way the houses are oriented, that are set right there because of the property, that we have 3 of those owners, because the owner of the subject property consulted with them, and 3 of those owners were willing to submit letters of support. So I know that we have what we have here, and I do apologize. I would pull them from the website because I think they were uploaded. I think those were among the items that were noted by the clerk that were added to the agenda.
But
so
the properties, because you're right, there's Honeysuckle, then there's, you know, the names have just have escaped me, but it's a nice little court that goes up the hill. And there's 3 or 4. Are you saying that some of those, 3 of those 4 homes that actually front on this property that will have this building outside their front door are in support?
Yes, from speaking with the owner, he had discussed the project with those owners, and they had expressed their support for this project.
Boy, that's not what we're seeing in the letters. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further questions to Mr. Barton? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Johnson, can you just take the chair for 1 minute? Oh, sorry, Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair. Michael, so my question is, how much outdoor amenity space is there going to be for the folks that are living in these 19 units?
Are you speaking in terms of square footage?
I'm just, like, is it a tiny little parkette for 40 some odd people, or just what kind of outdoor amenity space is there going to be?
Yes, there's a combination of what's available in the building, and then you have the areas in front of the heritage building. So again, yes, it's definitely a reduction in open space on the property relative to what's there today. But it is meant to balance off having the increased density with, and again, that's why if you go higher density up to that 6-story as well, the per tenant or per unit amenity area on site would be reduced. So it is a combination of what's available with the unit, but also if we're looking at the site plan, there's the space in front. So because the parking is below grade, the space in front that's adjacent to the heritage building is there. You have the areas that are proposed to be landscaped around the building and also at the rear of the property. And then I would just note that If you do have the site plan there as part of the package, there's large trees proposed along the rear of the property that were intended to provide screening to those houses that are to the north on Honeysuckle as well. So that was something that was discussed at the community meeting that was to help provide a buffer there as well. So it will be a combination of those items.
I appreciate your answers. I just, Mohawk is, I mean, it's extremely busy. Plus there's quite a bend in the road with a bit of a sightline issue. And it's very wide there. Like I think there's 6 lanes across or something. So it's, I too I'm uncomfortable with this, but I'll wait to hear what my other colleagues say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Johnson, I'm just going to hand the chair over for one question of Mr. Burton.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So Mr. Burton, what we have today and is being approved to be, what's being recommended to be approved by staff, this is the final iteration that you've reached. And is your preference to have what is before committee today approved this afternoon?
That's correct. Yes, with the conditions that were, I'm fine with those conditions that were included to ensure appropriate heritage conservation is taken.
So just to be clear, your preference is that this not be referred back or further delay, that it be approved today, and then you're going to be proceeding with site plan and moving forward with construction.
Hurry up, please. Thanks. He keeps knocking.
Who's chairing this thing?
Sorry, we've got a couple of councillors that need to be muted. Thank you. Not the chair.
My apologies, folks. Sorry, someone's banging at the back door.
Sorry.
But that is correct. Yes, so we're looking for approval today. We have made a number of modifications based on discussions with staff and the comments that we had received, and we feel like this is appropriate, the form that we're at today.
And just one follow-up to that, like I mentioned off the top, this is the final iteration. Do you see any avenue for further modifications, or is this basically what you're applying and this is it?
I think I guess there's always opportunity to look at modification. I do believe that the type of modifications that would have been asked by members of the community that are not in support of the project are far from what could be accommodated. And given that staff have supported where we're at and the owner has accommodated staff requests, I feel like this needs to be the final iteration. Yes.
Thank you. So with that, I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
You've got it. And again, my apologies, everyone.
No problem. And then we just need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation from the agent. It's going to be moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Thank you. And then a mover and a seconder to receive the written submissions, moved by Councillor Wilson and Johnson again. Got everybody. Thank you. Carries unanimously. We have one registered delegate, Deborah Valvicius. I hope I said that correctly. Valvivius. Thank you. So Deborah, if you're able to connect, I understand that you're out of town and your connection may be questionable. Okay, so sorry, help me with the last name again. Valvicius. So Miss Valvicius, if you are in the meeting, please let us know. I don't see you in the participants list or in the meeting. Just going to do one last scan through to make sure that I'm not accidentally missing you. And then I'm going to call for a third and final time for Deborah Velvicius. If you are able to start your video and your mic. Don't see her in the participants list. So we're going to move on then. So there's no delegation, so there's nothing to receive, correct, Elsie Kelsey? Okay. So then I need a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting. Moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you, that carries. A mover and a seconder that the public submissions were received and considered by the committee in considering the application. So moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Partridge. Favor or opposed? Thank you, and that's carried. And then on to the final report to approve the report recommendations as recommended, moved by Councillor Pearson, and who else would like to second? Councillor Wilson. And speakers list, we have Councillor Ferguson, and I'm just gonna take the unusual step here as Councillor Whitehead is not able to attend. I could just pass the chair over to Councillor Johnson, and I'll just read the letter from Councillor Whitehead first.
I don't think you need to take the chair over. You're just reading it out.
Okay,
but
sure.
I'll take it anyway.
Yeah, just to give Councillor Whitehead the courtesy of the first speaker on this. So this is I'm just going to read this verbatim. This is the letter I've received from the councillor's office. Councillor Whitehead is asked to express his support for the project at 1269 Mohawk Road. Councillor Whitehead has consulted with the residents on several occasions and worked with staff and the developer to ensure that this project is the best that it could be for the community. Councillor Whitehead asked to please take into account the work that has been done on this file to date and is requesting your support for this project on July 6th. He believes this is an appropriate intensification project for the area. Additionally, Councillor Whitehead asked mentioned that the concerns we are hearing from residents on Honeysuckle about their houses being in view from this building, that the view is only from the front of their houses. This is not an issue of their backyard spaces being viewable and having this kind of privacy compromised. And then there's a file attached with 7 letters of support from neighboring properties, specifically one being from 6 Honeysuckle and others on Mohawk, and there's another street there. Sorry, hang on a second. On Lavender Drive. Yeah, so that's it. So I will take the chair back and then open up the floor to committee. So Councillor Ferguson, go ahead. Sorry, Councillor. You're
there.
There you go.
Yes, thank you, Sean. I've unmuted my video too, so I don't lose me. But I have very serious concerns with this. My site visit yesterday proved it to me that this is really putting a large structure on a postage stamp, and it's going to impact brand new single family homes on the west side and the Honeysuckle residents on the north side. I respect the fact that Councillor Whitehead has indicated through your letter and through his assistant that he is supportive of it. But it's not often we see 30 letters come in. Now, it's interesting that 30 letters are divided into 3 categories. Some that are in support, but it's interesting the ones that are in support that I've had a chance to flip through are on the exact same form letter and don't give the address of the writer. Maybe that's privacy reasons, but it just makes me very suspicious when all those in support are the exact same letter, just with a different name on it, that maybe that was collected by somebody else and got his friends or somebody to sign them. I'd like to know where they physically live in comparison to the application. A second group are adamantly opposed because it's such a change to the character of the single family homes that surround it. And another group saying they just heard about this, and this is not an uncommon problem because the reports don't go public until the Friday before the meeting, asking for it to be deferred so they could get informed on it. Also, and for that reason, Mr. Chair, I'm at the appropriate time, I'm going to ask for this to be deferred until the September meeting to allow three things to happen. Number one, it'll give time for the people who are asking for a deferral, and there's quite a few of them that were of the 30 letters that are asking for that deferral so they can get better informed. Number two, I think by September, Councillor Whitehead will be back. At least that's the latest indication we have. That's only 2 meetings out. There's 1 meeting in August, then we go back into our regular schedules in September. So Councillor Whitehead would be able to speak to it and hear from the people who are writing in an objection to it. And thirdly, because whatever happened today, our virtual delegation couldn't connect. And maybe very optimistic, but maybe we can be back in council chambers in September. But if not, there'd be an opportunity for them to try to fix whatever went wrong today to allow them to connect so we can hear from them. So because the public have written in and asked for a deferral, number two, the delegation couldn't get in. I'd like to hear from them. And number three is that I'd like Councillor Whitehead to be in attendance when this is done, because I think it'd just be helpful for him to hear this discussion. The public meeting is closed, so we wouldn't have to go through that process again. However, delegates can make application to the clerk's office to appear in delegation again if it's deferred. So at the appropriate time, if you would come back to me, I'm going to put through a deferral motion that the matter be deferred until the first meeting in September for the 3 reasons I've already outlined.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Is there any further discussion on the report? And then I'll come back to Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Johnson, you wish to second that? Okay. So why don't we put that on the floor now, Councillor Ferguson? Is there any discussion on the motion for deferral to these? What's the date specifically?
Yeah, it's just 7th. Simply to move it to the first meeting in September, when hopefully Councillor White will be back. And what I've already said, the 3 reasons that I'd like it deferred, and then make a decision at that time. It's not that the applicant has waited a long time already, so a couple more months won't be too much of a hardship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So that's moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Johnson. Is there any further discussion on the motion that's on the table? Seeing any from committee? So we'll go to a vote on that. All in favor or opposed? That carries 7-1. Thank you. So the issue is deferred to the September 7th Planning Committee. And as Councillor Ferguson indicated, the public meeting's already been closed, but members of the public can register to delegate as a normal delegation and not part of the statutory public meeting. Thank you. On to item 9.2, an application for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of condominium for lands at 3140 and 3150 Binbrook Road in Glanbrook. We wish to see the staff presentation. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I sent everybody an email yesterday saying that I'm perfectly fine with this application, and I'll move to waive the staff presentation and move to approve it. However, I heard this morning during agenda changes that there is a slight change to the bylaw to this particular application. I'd like to hear that change first before I move all those.
Okay.
I'd just like to hear what the change is, please.
Yeah, why don't we go to Elena now? So we'll move to waive the staff presentation, but Elena, if you can just address the changes to the bylaw.
Good morning, Elena. Thank you, Chair.
Morning, Councillor. Yeah, through the chair. So there was just one change that was noted, and the only change was to modify the density in the Glenbrook zoning bylaw. So the official plan allows to up to 40 units per hectare, and it was 35, so we just modified it to 40. So there's no changes to the setbacks or anything.
Thank you. So the application is as is. It's just a matter of housekeeping.
Correct.
Thank you. And I'm prepared, sir, at the appropriate time to move the staff presentation and approve the staff application.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So we got to go through our voting list.
No, that's okay.
But okay, so to move the to waive the staff presentation, Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? This is what makes planning committees is all the amazing votes. Thank you. It carries. Nancy Friday with GSP Group. Nancy?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. You like me to go ahead with my presentation?
Please do.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chairman, is that visible to the committee?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so this application is for a rezoning and for draft plan approval of a vacant land condominium. And it's for the two properties located at 3140 and 3150 Binbrook Road, which is outlined on the first slide as the subject lands, and they're approximately 2 acres in area, and there's 2 single detached dwellings on these properties, which will be demolished to allow for and facilitate a townhouse development. The second slide here is just showing the community of Binbrook, a community view, showing where the lands are located, showing some of the community services in the area, and amenities such as the fairgrounds, the parks, the school, Belmar Elementary School, and I guess the community park and the fairgrounds, and where it's located in relation to Highway 56 and Binbrook Road. This is an extract from the secondary plan, from the Binbrook Village secondary plan. And again, the lands are shown outlined in red. They currently have 2 designations in the official plan. The LDR 2E, low density 2E, allows for up to 30 units per hectare. And the bottom half, or the bottom probably 3/4 of the property, is LDR 2H, which allows for 26 to 40 units per hectare. So for the lands that are LDR 2E at the north part that butt Valiant Circle, the proposal here is to rezone the lands for single detached dwellings. That will complete the single detached pattern of development along Valiant Circle. And the southern portion rezoned to allow for 24 townhouses. This map also, this map also shows the mixed-use, medium-density core community designation to the east, and that has not been developed as of yet, but it will provide for additional retail, business service, and office uses, and some medium-density residential with a pedestrian focus along Binbrook Road. So to the slide showing the proposed development. Again, 24 townhouses are proposed. Just as a little bit of a background, I think originally in 2019, another planning consultant submitted an application for 36 townhouses. And these 36 townhouses would have encompassed most of the lands and had an emergency access out to Valiant Circle. This met with some concerns by staff and the councillor and the residents in the area. And the consultant at that time reduced the number of townhouses to 31 and 27. But even at 27, there was a need for an official plan amendment for an increase in the density. So when GSP Group was retained by the owner, we suggested eliminating the Urban Hamilton official plan amendment, redevelop in conformity with what's in the secondary plan. So there'd be 3 single detached lots to the north, and then the 24 townhouses, which meets the density and doesn't require that official plan amendment. We resubmitted this application in August 2020 and went through the process. We had some concept plans or some easels at the community office in Glanbrook, and we had obviously notification to the public and a virtual community meeting in January of 2021. I've included this slide just to show you that the vacant land condominium is shown here. So the parcels where the townhouses will sit are referred to as vacant land, and they are it's a means of creating lots for townhouses when lands aren't in a registered plan of subdivision. So in this way, the condominium will create the lots, it will create the common elements, and it will create a private road and a sidewalk, parking areas, etc. So on the left-hand side or right-hand side of the screen, I've just listed the planning reports or the various submission materials that we updated and resubmitted in 2020. This slide simply shows the zoning. It's an existing residential zone currently in the Glanbrook official plan. And it shows that we have the proposed zone here is an RM3 with an exception, and we have that zone immediately to the west of the subject lands, and then the single detached and the R4 161 to the north, and the C5 mixed use medium density to the east. The modifications. There's a number of modifications required to the zoning. And I just wanted to point out that the Glanbrook zoning bylaw, it doesn't have specific regulations for parcels of tied land, which are parts of common element condominiums, and it doesn't have regulations for vacant land units. So the closest zoning category we have is the RM2 zone, which permits street townhouses, and then the RM3 zone, which permits block townhouses. So what the city has chosen to do is to modify the block townhouse RM3 zone regulations to facilitate this type of development. So of the 14 regulations, the RM3 zone, I've stated here there's 7 modifications required, and they are to address those vacant land units in terms of their frontage on the private road, the area of that land unit, and the yards. And we have, as mentioned earlier, the one to increase the density of the bylaw currently allows 35 units per hectare, whereas the official plan allows 40. And we have reduced the landscape area from 50% to 40% and removed the amenity area. The removal of the amenity area was premised primarily on the fact that there was a greater need to provide visitor parking in accordance with the zoning bylaw rather than a small area for amenity. And these townhouses will have 6.5 to 7.5 meter rear yards for their rear yard amenity areas. So we felt that that was appropriate. So in summary, The proposed development conforms to the secondary plan. I think I've mentioned we're going from an existing residential to an RM3 with those site-specific modifications. The north of the property is for single detached. It requires some severances and some merging of small parcels to create those 3 lots. The technical studies support the proposed development, and the owner will, if approved, the rezoning and the vacant land condominium, the owner will proceed with the site plan application with specific building elevations and layouts and the landscape plan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. And if you could just take your slide down, and I need to hear you specifically say that you are in support of the staff report.
Yes, I am definitely in support of the staff report.
Thank you. Are there any questions to Nancy? Committee, I'm not seeing any. Nope. Okay, thank you. So to receive the delegation from the agent, moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. Come on, eScribe. You can do it. I voted. I can vote again. Vote early, vote often. Because we might have missed anybody's vote. Just check to see if you need to vote again. Where are we missing? Councillors Pearson and Partridge, please. Or just wave, give me a thumbs up.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I thought I had voted. I clicked on it once, so my apologies.
Yeah, it's a little glitchy. Councillor Partridge, are you able to vote? If not, we're just going to mark you absent for this vote. Thank you. Okay, so that carries. Thank you. Just having a little difficulties with eScribe as well. You're back. Continue. Okay, are you sure? Okay. So then to receive the written submissions in the staff report, moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by, we'll go with Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Opposed? The tally. Thank you. That carries. And then to close the public, moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, were you able to vote there? Got it. Okay. Carries unanimously. And that the public submissions were received and considered by the committee in approving the application, moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Favor. Thank you. Is finally to approve the report recommendations as amended. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank Nancy and her staff, as well as Elena, for holding the public meeting. Initially, we had a stack of letters of concern. We had the public meeting. Concerns were addressed, traffic, parking, speeding. And one of the things that I heard earlier was about the amenity space. Well, the community park is actually walking distance away. We're talking less than 4 properties away, across the street, and there you've got the splash pad and a soccer field and skateboard park. So the amenity space was not as serious as a concern as it would be in other areas. And it was interesting, the only written submission we got after the public meeting and after everyone's concerns were met is from a builder who ironically built back-to-back maisonettes less than 200 feet from this property, and he claims that this is not uncharacteristic, which in fact it is more uncharacteristic than the initial development that this builder who wrote that letter. I'm really grateful that they are finishing off Valiant Circle so that it all matches up together. It's all single lots on Valiant Circle. There's no exit coming off this property, that they're actually severing it off so that they can finish off that street as it was intended in the secondary plan. So I just want to thank everybody for listening to the public and molding this exactly the way the secondary plan has it. It is a little higher in density, but that's something everybody else understands. And it was really wonderful that the public meeting took care of a lot of the complaints. So I just want to put out thank you to everyone, and I just want to move it. And I believe Councillor Ferguson was willing to second it with me.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. If there's no further discussion, we'll just go to. Once again, Councillor Partridge is on the phone and will be marked absent for this vote. Thank you. That carries unanimously. Next up, we have an application for amendments to the Urban Hamilton official plan and zoning bylaw for lands located at 15, 17, and 21 Stone Church Road East in Ward 8. Normally, I would ask to waive the staff presentation, but seeing that there is correspondence from the adjacent property owner, I think it would be good to give staff the opportunity to address those concerns. So, Tim, if you're available, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Tim.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Tim Vroman, Senior Planner with the Development Planning Suburban Team, and I'll be discussing the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications for the lands located at 15, 17, and 21 Stone Church Road East. The proposal is for the development of a 5-story mixed-use development with 60 residential units and 526 square meters of ground floor commercial space. The purpose of the official plan amendment application is to redesignate the subject lands from the arterial commercial designation to the mixed-use medium density designation, and the zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the properties from the arterial commercial C7 zone to a modified mixed-use medium density C5 zone. The subject lands are located along Stone Church Road East near Upper James Street. The property is surrounded by commercial uses to the north and west, and single attached dwellings to the east. The lands are to the south are proposed to be redeveloped with 4-story multiple dwellings. And in 2017, about half of the lands located at 15 Stone Church Road East were severed and transferred to the property to the west to facilitate redevelopment to replace the existing gas bar and commercial building with a new takeout drive-through restaurant component, which has received conditional site plan approval. This conceptual site plan shows the proposed layout of the site. The building is located in close proximity to the street line and is set back from the low profile dwellings to the east to provide transitions in scale with appropriate setbacks in height to neighboring buildings and establish an active and vibrant public realm and streetscape. A single right-in, right-out access to Stone Church Road East is proposed to access the proposed surface underground parking areas, which are located at the rear portion of the building. Site-specific modifications to the C5 zone are proposed to accommodate the proposed development, including required number of parking spaces, building height and setbacks, built form for new development, and to permit a transformer within the minimum front yard and planting strip. That's located here in this front corner of the property. Modifications for the number of parking spaces represent a hybrid of existing and approved regulations to maintain the existing minimum residential parking requirements and adopt the residential maximum and commercial parking requirements as approved by council. Staff are supportive of the proposed modifications. These are the elevation drawings of the proposed building, and this is a color rendering of the proposed final product. This is the view of the subject site from Stone Church Road East. As you can see, the dwelling that was located on 15 Stone Church Road has since been demolished, and there is the existing dwelling located on the east side of the property. This is the view from the walkway, which is located along the north side of the property, which connects Upper James Street to the interior of the neighborhood, to the northeast of the site, and it's looking into the property from the northwest corner. And again, it's from the same walkway looking to the northeast corner of the property. This is the existing commercial uses west of the subject lands. And this is looking across the corner of Stone Church Road and Upper James Street, where there is an existing place of worship located at this intersection. And this is looking to the north along Upper James Street from the walkway. And then continue to look from the walkway. This is looking on the east side of Upper James Street, directly behind the site from the walkway. And again, this is the view more towards the rear of the property to those developments from the walkway. This is looking along that walkway from Theodore Drive, from the interior of the neighborhood. The existing the dwellings located along Theodore Drive. And this is the view looking east along Stone Church Road East from the subject lands. And again, another perspective from the opposite side looking at the existing dwellings located just to the east of the property. Lastly, this is the lands located across Stone Church Road East on the south, which have been approved for multiple dwellings. Proponent held a public open house on February 19th, 2020, prior to submitting the applications. A total of 20 members of the public and the applicant's representatives and city staff attended the meeting, and input received informed design revisions prior to submitting the applications. Notably, to reduce the proposed height from 6 to 5 stories, to address traffic and circulation concerns, and questions regarding tenure of the building. Upon receipt of complete applications, they were sent to 68 property owners within 120 meters of subject property. One email with no objections was received by the time of the staff report being written. Further to the notice of public meeting, 2 submissions from the adjacent commercial property to the west opposing the proposed development have been received, expressing concerns with respect to traffic, parking, and noise. With respect to traffic, transportation planning has concluded that the traffic generated by the proposed development will not have a substantial impact on the existing road network. Stone Church Road East is classified as a minor arterial roadway. To protect the efficiency and safety of the roadway, a single private access is proposed, which is a reduction from the existing 3 private driveways. The single access will be restricted to a right-in, right-out only to prohibit left turns in or out of the site by the extension of the center median island. Proposed development will have no impact on existing accesses to adjacent properties. Regarding parking, there's the concern is that parking would be could spill over onto adjacent properties. As parking is not permitted along Stone Church Road East, parking requirements are to be met on site. Proposed modification of zoning bylaw results in an increase to the minimum required number of parking spaces from 50 to 60 spaces for the residential dwelling units. And through the parking study prepared for these applications, it has been determined that proposed residential parking rates are appropriate to meet the parking requirements on site. The proposed minimum required parking for commercial uses aligns to the council approved regulations in Hamilton zoning bylaw number 05200. With respect to the parking on adjacent properties, it is noted that management of parking on private property is responsibility of the respective owners. But certainly parking on other private lands would not be considered appropriate. Lastly, there was some concerns with respect to noise, particularly with the drive-through component of the business on site. A detailed noise study will be required to be submitted and implemented as part of the future site plan control application to determine any required noise mitigation measures regarding surrounding road traffic and stationary noises from adjacent properties. Proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications have merit and can be supported as the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and complies with the Urban Hamilton official plan. The proposed development complements the existing function of the neighborhood by providing retail and commercial services to achieve a complete community. It provides residential intensification in a strategic location in proximity to existing transit and planned location for higher order transit, ensuring land, municipal services, and transportation systems are used efficiently and contributes to a full range of residential dwelling types. The additional density will strengthen the viability of improved transit service in the area and sustain commercial uses along the primary corridor. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you, Tim. Is there any questions from committee? I'm not seeing any in the queue. So if you can just take down your presentation there, Tim. And then I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Wilson, and I'll second that myself. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Councillor Collins? Sorry, just waiting for the tally. Thank you, that carries. We have Ed Fothergill from Fothergill Planning and Development in attendance. Ed, you're able to activate your microphone and video. I know you're there because we heard you earlier. Although I see two instances. There you go.
There we go.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you. It looks like I'm on there twice. Sorry if I've messed something up here. Hopefully not too much of an echo.
No, you sound fine.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Normally at this point, I would just say that we support the staff recommendation. We've worked well with Tim and his team. We spent some time, as Tim said, with the neighbors, keeping them happy. And we've met all the requirements that the planning department has asked of us. I understand there are concerns from the property owner to the west, so I'd like to maybe spend a couple of minutes just to address some of those issues. There seem to be three issues at stake here. One is there is a concern apparently with the use of this site for residential purposes. One of the submissions suggests that residential use is not appropriate here, that it should remain commercial. But we believe it is. It's an ideal site for intensification. If we go back to the nodes and corridor policy, that is really the foundation of the official plan, this is exactly where we want to see intensification within the city. It's close to Upper James Street, which is a major north-south arterial. And it's also a future major transit link that will link the downtown to the airport. It's at a a corridor with Stone Church Road. So again, it's an ideal site for intensification. And we believe and staff believe this is an ideal site for this kind of development to happen, consistent with the official plan. We've heard a concern about parking, but my position in looking at this is the parking concern, I think, is more a result of the conditions of the site next door than our proposal. If you look at how the people who made this submission described their site, they said they have site size restrictions. They said parking is very tight at their store. And they say their site is already overburdened with because of the size of their site. That may be the case, but I don't think that's a legitimate reason for opposing the proposed development that we have before you. Our proposal does meet all of the requirements for parking and will be self-sufficient. I don't believe that people will, from this building, will park at the Tim Hortons site. If it is that congested, even if they wanted to, there would be no opportunities for them to do so. There's no need for parking on alternative sites for this project because we have met the parking for not only the tenants, but also visitors and for the commercial space in this building. If anything, my client has a bit of concern of the other problem whereby people might see vacant spaces on his site and park there and walk over to Tim Hortons. But I think ultimately, as Tim said, it's a private matter between two owners to police both of their sites, but we don't believe this is a problem that's going to happen. The third issue is noise that was discussed, and certainly that's a legitimate concern. It's something that has to be considered in any intensification project, particularly near other commercial activities and near Upper James Street. We were not required to do a noise study at this stage because that's a matter that will be dealt with at the site plan stage, as suggested by Tim. We're aware of that requirement and fully prepared to undertake the study that we need. In this case, we have a bit of an advantage too, because the property next door is going through a site plan process at this point. So in this case, noise issues can be assessed both on the property to the west and on our property at the same time. And we feel confident that any noise issues can be resolved through that concurrent site plan process for both properties. So those are my submissions. We feel the issues that have been raised can be addressed. We support the staff position and look forward to committee approving the application.
Thank you, Mr. Fothergill. Are there any questions for the owner's agent? Not seeing any from committee. So mover and a seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Partridge and seconded by myself. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. That's unanimous. And then to receive the written submissions, moved by with Councillor Farr this time and seconded by myself. Thank you. That's unanimous. And then to close the public meeting, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by myself. Thank you. It's unanimous, and that public submissions were received and considered by the committee in approving the application. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by myself. Thank you. That's unanimous. And then final report recommendations. I'm just going to turn the chair over to you, Councillor Johnson, because I would like to move this myself.
Go ahead. So it's been moved by Councillor Danko. Any comments before we continue?
I have a couple comments just to.
Okay, I'll just need a seconder, please. Councillor Farr. Oh, thank you. Councillor Farr. Go ahead, Councillor Danko.
Thank you. And appreciate finally getting this to Planning Committee. This development has been in the works for several years. In a way, it's quite similar to the application across the street at Upper James and Stone Church in terms of density and infill development, where former single-family homes are redeveloped into a mid-rise multi-residential development. As we heard from our planning staff and from the owner's applicant, it's a relatively modest infill at 5 stories with 60 units, and that C5 zoning allowing commercial development on the main floor, bringing in new business and new commercial activity to the neighborhood, which is definitely an improvement over the existing condition there. Also, what we heard from our city planning staff and also from the owner's agent is the application here being on Stone Church, which is a minor arterial, and basically right next to Upper James, a major development corridor, major arterial roadway for the city Hamilton. So it is a very appropriate location for this kind of infill development, and I'm fully supportive. And I very much appreciate all the work that's gone into this over the last few years, in particular with our city staff and our planner, Tim Vrooman. It went through, as most planning applications do, a number of iterations to get to the point that you see before us. In particular, the accommodation of the parking and the traffic considerations, I think, are really important for the neighborhood. It's often that developers try to whittle down the number of parking, but in this case, they are able to accommodate all the parking, not only for the residential units, but also for the commercial development as well, which is, I think, very important. And just finally, on the objections from the adjacent property owners, the gas station and Tim Hortons, hopefully with the additional residential people in the neighborhood, more people to buy gas and donuts will be a bonus for their businesses, I hope. And as has been discussed, I think all of those concerns in terms of traffic, noise, and parking have either already been addressed or can be addressed through the site plan process. So I'm very supportive of this development and look forward to getting this built out and adding to the vibrancy of the neighborhood. Thank you. And I'll take the chair.
No, you cannot.
No, I can't.
So it's been moved by Councillor Danko and seconded by Councillor Farr. Councillor Partridge would like to speak before we move on to the vote. Go ahead, Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, a couple of comments. I was struck by, just looking at the design of the building and then looking at the 4 corners. And I think it's just such an improvement to the area. So I want to I congratulate you, Councillor. You've worked hard on this one, and also Ed and the owner of the building. I really think it will enhance that corner, and the fact that it is not on Upper James, but it is on the other street. I think it's great. So on Stone Church. Anyway, thank you. Those are my comments. Very supportive.
Thank you. Any other comments before we go to the vote? Councillor Ferguson.
I just want to say that it's pretty
obvious shut off your video, please.
Engaged in this one.
Councillor Ferguson, can you please shut off? There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, you enjoy telling me to do stuff.
You have no idea.
So I just want to thank the ward councillor. Clearly, he's done a lot of work with the applicant and with the consultant and with staff before it got here, which makes our job easier. So just like to thank him for his input. That's all.
Thank you. So, Clerk Kelsey, are we ready to go? All those in favor? Electronic vote?
Yes.
It's up on your screen. And in the meantime, I'll turn the chair back over to Councillor Danko unless there's any other issues. Go ahead.
Councillor Partridge, were you able to vote? Got it. Okay. Thank you. That carries unanimously. Thank you, committee. And are you sure you want to hand the chair back over, Councillor Johnson? You know, you could just, I could have stayed at the cottage, you know.
Oh, could you? Oh, you should have called me. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair and committee. Thank you very much. Hope the rest of the meeting goes well.
Thank you. We're on to 9.4, which is application to amend the Urban Hamilton official plan for lands located at 466 and 490 Highway 8 in Stony Creek in Ward 10. Does committee wish to see the staff presentation for this? Not seeing Councillor Pearson.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if staff could give just a real quick overview because I think it would be important to understand because of the letters and some of the concerns that have come in. I really think it would be appropriate if staff could just give an overview, exactly the locations, etc., of the buildings. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll turn it over to Melanie Schneider then.
All right, good morning, Chair and Committee. I will just go through my presentation because I think that'll be the easiest way to describe the site layout, the orientation, and all of the proposed land uses, if that's okay with everyone.
Certainly.
Okay, so everyone can see my screen okay?
Yes, we can, although you're in the back end view.
Okay, perfect. All right. So, like I said, good morning, Chair, members of committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Melanie Schneider. I'm a planner with the City of Hamilton on the suburban team, and I'll be discussing the Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment for lands located at 466 to 490 Highway 8 in Stony Creek. So like I said, the lands are located on the southeast corner of Highway 8 and Dynasty Avenue intersection. And we currently have a 98-unit retirement home and a place of worship on the site. The lands are surrounded by a wide range of uses, including street townhouses, block townhouses, single detached dwellings, a 7-story multiple dwelling, and a commercial plaza. This image shows an aerial view of the site. Here you can see the surrounding land uses I just described, as well as the existing retirement home, which is located just at the back of the site, as well as a place of worship right up against Highway 8. And then you can also see that the land's back onto DeWitt Park to the south. So the proposal seeks to replace the existing retirement home with a 4-story, 224-bed long-term care facility, which is this building right here up on the northwest corner of the site. Once that long-term care facility is in place, the existing retirement home would be demolished, and then 2 multiple dwellings being 8 and 9 stories in height would be established on the remaining lands. It would be a total of 260 dwelling units, as well as approximately 480 square meters of commercial ground floor unit, or yes, commercial ground floor on the 8-story building. The site plan also shows a central access off of Highway 8, which leads into a parkette, and that also maintains a view to the Niagara Escarpment on again further south of the site. And then we also have some units backing onto DeWitt Park as well. And like I said, the 8-story building would be located adjacent to Highway 8 with approximately 489 square meters of ground floor commercial space and would also include approximately 132 dwelling units. A step back has also been introduced above the 6th story of the building to provide softening of the massing and transition to the uses to the east of the site. The 9-story building would be located to the rear of the site against DeWitt Park and would contain 128 units. To manage the transition of the 9 stories, the massing has been designed to be within the 45-degree angular plane and to manage privacy and overlook concerns from the adjacent lands. A total of 367 parking spaces would be provided for the entire site, 261 of which would be for the multiple dwellings. The Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment just seeks to redesignate just one corner of the site from local commercial to institutional in the Western Development Area Secondary Plan, and also to permit a maximum density of 243 units per hectare for the multiple dwellings. A zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to zone all lands major institutional I3 site-specific 744 with a holding provision. The modifications include adjustments to yard setbacks, increased height, deeming the site to function as one lot, and to permit ground floor commercial in the multiple dwellings. A holding provision is recommended to ensure that servicing upgrades are also completed prior to the building permit application. This image just shows the subject land. So you have the retirement home on the left of the screen here, and then the existing place of worship just to the side. This access is generally in the location of where the new access would be located. And then you can also see the escarpment just to the south of the site as well. And here is a better image of the place of worship with several trees identified for removal to facilitate the application. So when we get to the site plan stage, we'll just be refining the existing tree protection plan that we've already received to ensure that we receive appropriate compensation for any trees removed. And this image shows the approximate location of where the long-term care facility would be established on site. And then this is Dynasty Avenue just on the right-hand side of the screen. And that's where a secondary access would be proposed. And then you can see also in the corner of this image, existing street townhouses off to the side. And this image just shows Dynasty Avenue in better detail. So again, that access would be over here, and then these street townhouses just to the side. This image shows the block townhouses just further south, looking towards the subject land. So you would be able to see the structures just peek out above those trees from this image. And this image is from DeWitt Park, looking towards the retirement home. And this area is approximately the location of where the 9-story building would be located. And then this image is on the east side of the site, looking towards where the 8-story building would be located. So again, more single detached dwellings in the area. And then this is again where we're providing some of that transition and an increased yard setback to provide some softening and to reduce privacy and overlook concerns. This image is from Highway 8, looking again to where that 8-story building would be proposed, and then the existing single detached dwelling just to the side of that 8-story building. So like I said, that 6-story step back would be right about here, and it would be about an 8.9 meter setback, again, to provide more separation. And then this is the multiple dwelling to the north of the site, and that's 7 stories. And then again, just to the side of that multiple dwelling is the existing commercial uses on the north side of Highway 8. And then here you can see the streetscape of Highway 8 looking east, and then here again looking west. These applications were circulated to 347 surrounding property owners in December 2018, and then again 324 property owners on June 18th, 2021. In addition, a neighborhood meeting was held in March 2020, which was organized in part by the ward councillor. 9 submissions from the public were received from the initial circulation. And I can go into those in more depth if you'd like, but I think this presentation just so far shows us the general land use organization of the site. With that said, the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications have merit and can be supported as it is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and complies with the Urban Hamilton official plan upon finalization of the proposed amendment. And that concludes my presentation. I'd happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you, Melanie. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Melanie, thank you so very, very much. I truly do want to thank Melanie. She's been tremendous in working through this project with the applicants who have also been amenable, but there's been a lot of review and a lot of discussions in the background in order to address the concerns that staff have. So Melanie, I just want to ask, because I think when we left the neighborhood meeting that I hosted back in March, actually it was just before COVID, March the 5th, I believe it was. Yes, it was March the 5th, 2020. And I had some 52 residents attend from the neighborhood. I think the majority of the concerns were, there were some concerns of the residents that back onto the court, Pecan Court, with regards to sun shadowing. And can you just elaborate for my colleagues that abutting the east side of the proposed 9-story building, that's technically parking, is that correct? So it moved the building away from the property line?
Through the chair to Councillor Pearson, that's correct. So the 9-story building is located right up against DeWitt Park, but it's also got a significant setback in due part to that parkette that I showed on the site plan, as well as that parking area that you just mentioned. So due to the location of that 9-story building, those sun shadow impacts have been mitigated. So the sun shadow study that was prepared by the applicants demonstrates that there's no undue negative impact on the neighboring sites.
Thank you for that. And on the proposed 8-story building, which is on the easterly edge, northeasterly edge of the property, that abuts the single-family residential on Highway number 8. And interestingly enough to my colleagues, the homeowner to the east of this property had no issues with this particular building abutting up against this property. But Melanie, just please re-elaborate. I think part of this building will have a bit of a commercial component to it. Could be commercial components that will assist in the needs of the residents that move into this area, this development actually, and that there is setbacks also proposed.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The applicant is proposing 489 square meters of ground floor commercial in that 8-story building. So that'll be right up against Highway 8. To provide some mitigation to that adjacent house, the applicants have proposed an 8.9 meter setback, which is actually greater than what the major institutional zone typically requires. It typically requires 7 meters. So the applicants have pushed the building back even further, and then they've provided step backs above the 6th story of that building to ensure that, again, we're providing some transition to that property. And you're correct, I don't believe we received an objection from that property owner. We did receive some correspondence from them, but nothing explicitly concerned with the scale of development from what I recall.
Thank you. And Melanie, before I get to the good points of this, just to clarify, so with regards to the 4-story nursing home building and the access to Dynasty, there were concerns from the residents of Dynasty because I believe at one point there was a proposal by the applicant that all the truck deliveries and that would be off of Dynasty to service this building. Can you just elaborate that has now been amended to change the internal truck routing so that it can also access Highway number 8? Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Pearson, I'm just going to bring up the site plan so I can look at it in more detail. One of the main concerns staff had with the maneuverability was the trucks actually being able to maneuver the site. So one of the reiterations we received from the applicants was a turning plan on the site plan to demonstrate. I'm actually going to ask if Steve Malloy from Transportation Planning would be able to provide some more context if he's available.
Steve, are you available?
I am, as my video finally gets on. Hi there. Through the chair, I'm Steve Malloy, Manager of Transportation Planning. So yes, we had some concerns about the maneuverability of trucks on the site, and concerns about the safety on site of how they would be able to reverse in, and I believe and the impact to the adjacent local road. So our comments were to address that, and I believe that they have done so in their revised site plan.
Super. Melanie, did you want to comment, or is that?
No, through the chair, I think that addresses your original comment.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, if I could just add a few, well, you know what, I'll do it after when we have the applicant's presentation as well. I'll put my comments forward as far as this development. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Melanie.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further questions for staff on the presentation? Not seeing any from committee. Okay, so then to receive the staff presentation, moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. We have Anthony Greenberg with SVN Architects and Planners. Anthony, if you're able to activate your microphone, your phone, in your video, I see you there. Just need to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, great. First off, are you seeing my whole screen or are you seeing just the PDF presentation?
We're seeing your whole screen, but the PDF is a window within it, so it's not the whole.
Okay.
There we go. That's better.
I will do that. So, hello everyone. Thanks very much for allowing us to present. My name is Anthony Greenberg. I'm a senior associate with SVN Architects and Planners. We're the agents for the applicant, which is Rika Care Centers. And I'm just going to, Melanie gave a very good overview of the details. I'm just going to complement her presentation with a little bit more about the thinking behind the design and a little bit more about the proposed uses. But I will skip over anything which is repetitive, but you'll see the information I have here if you have any questions after the fact. So just first off, the applicant and team. The applicant is Rika Care Centers, and they're a family-owned long-term care home and seniors housing provider. They operate 18 retirement homes across the GTHA and Central Ontario, and they're a significant employer with 3,500 dedicated staff. In the future, long-term care on the site would employ about 200 employees. We're SVN. We're an integrated architecture and planning firm. On this project, we've been acting as the agent for development application, but also acting as the master planner in terms of how the different buildings are arranged on the site and doing the architecture for the seniors apartment building. And then we're also joined by MMC Architects, who are the actual architects for the long-term care development. So very briefly, I'm not going to locate the site. Melanie did a great job of doing that, but I will say that the site that is evolving, you see in some of the correspondence from the community that, saying that this is, the tallest building in the area. There's a 7-story building across the street. There's a large number, or a significant number of new mid-rise investment along the corridor. So we really see that on appropriate sites that are large enough that you can build in transition into the massing, and that this is on a corridor which is targeted for change, that this is really an appropriate place to put really important uses, which is, long-term care beds, 224, that's more than doubling the amount of long-term care beds on the site, and new facilities, which I don't need to go into detail to mention the significance of that, considering the past few years. And what wasn't mentioned is the apartment buildings are they're targeted towards seniors. So there's going to be seniors affordable rental properties, which there's a major need for this sort of housing, or for a range of different types of seniors housing in Ontario. I will mention that the Hamilton Corridor Guidelines apply to the site, and we were mindful of that when we were designing the application. And so Councillor Pearson was correct. This has been going on this has been a file that's been active, and really we've been working with the city to revise and work towards solution on a few different items along the way. So it started in 2018, and at April 2018, and now we're in July 2021, and we're very excited to be before you today. I can go through some of these details if you wish. But I did want to highlight a little bit about the evolution of the proposal, because we did quite a bit of pre-consultation before we submitted, and we originally proposed a 12-story building along Highway 8 with lower buildings in the rear. And after that first meeting, we were told by staff that 12 stories was despite it being next to a corridor, away from neighborhoods, too tall for the site. So we heard that, and we revised the site to more evenly distribute that density. So an 8-story building fronting Highway 8 and one fronting Dewitt Park. And the LTC building changed. It remained a 4-story long-term care, just the configuration changed as we went further into detailed design. And then, so on the left here is the pre-application concept, and on the right is what was submitted with the very first submission in 2019. And this is what it's been revised to, which is the proposal before you today. It remains very similar to the first submission in terms of overall mapping, but a number of changes have improved the privacy, the relationships surrounding areas, such as the setbacks that Melanie mentioned. They're actually, I think, they're a bit more visible in this diagram. I have another one which will show you sort of some of the transition, but an increased setback from the property on Highway 8, which is designated neighborhood development zoned with neighborhood development, which means that it's anticipated, I believe, for a range of future uses, and then of course the residential areas beside. So the proposed development in a bit more detail. This is the site plan, and this is really highlighting the pedestrian routes because there was a lot of thought and care that went into the design and when selecting the placement of the building, not only about the impact of the form to the surrounding neighborhoods, but how is the site arranged for the users of the site? For seniors who want safe walking paths and we want to create a campus feel because this is taking after a continuum of care model, which is providing a range of housing types within close vicinities, so seniors can age in place and build communities, and also share resources and services such as the retail space on the ground floor, which is intended to be a medical office or something complementary to the site. But we created a central green spine, which creates a circular a circular walking route, and that plaza next to the park, which provides seating, potentially area for some gardening for residents of the building, and just generally a nice place to be for anyone on the site, for those coming to visit their family in the LTC. And we've taken a lot of deliberate thinking in terms of how the open spaces are arranged. And the long-term care facility has their own spaces as well for residents and for staff. So this is sort of speaks to the range in more detail. In the purple areas, that's also the private amenity areas for residents. So this is a bit more of a close-up of the proposed plaza, next to Dewitt Park. So there's, the idea is to have next to planting beds and the ground level gardens for residents. Of course, this will be all ironed out during the site plan process, but we're thinking holistically about the design at this phase, and I know it's helpful sometimes for those reviewing to understand what the intent is and what the park areas or private park areas can accommodate. A little bit more detail about the mapping. I can flash this up if anyone wants to speak through it, but it's just presenting the setback, showing the angular plane, and how the development transitions to the nearby neighborhoods. One thing I just want to add is, Melanie mentioned that the building C backs onto Dewitt Park, and we like to think that there's dual frontages, that there is the frontage facing the interior of the site, but there are units oriented toward the park, which it provides more eyes on the park and activates it. Currently, there's all the backs of the houses, mostly the back onto the park. So this is we see this as a positive improvement to the design of the site and a really great amenity for a renter to have this walkout into a landscape area and being able to look at Dewitt Park and the escarpment through the front door. So this is a rendering of the building fronting the park. You can see the garden parkette area just beside it on the right there. And to the right, the building in the distance is Building A. Those are the ones from Highway 8. And just a little bit of the uses. This just shows where the retail is located. It's the peachy area and the base of Building B. And then the blue is, of course, seniors-oriented affordable rental, and the yellow, a long-term care facility. And this is a view for the development from Highway 8. So you can see there's a combination of buildings that are fronting Highway 8 to improve its general definition and to start building up the corridor in an appropriate, context-appropriate way. But also the orientation of the long-term care creates a really welcoming landscape area at the front. And we really are confident that this will create a really wonderful improvement to the image of Highway 8 in this segment. And very quickly about phasing, an important thing to mention is the bylaw was structured in such a way that development can proceed either as one lot or as two lots. For operational purposes, there's a likelihood that the applicant will be coming in for severance in the future. And this is sort of talks through a little bit of the reason why and how that will proceed. And it also shows how the existing nursing home or retirement home can remain in place and operational while the new building is being constructed. So phase 1 will include demolishing. There's an extension off of the nursing home, which is no longer needed for use. It can all be accommodated in the rest of the building. So that's going to be demolished and provided as parking. And Building A, the long-term care, will be constructed. And then the second phase will be, where there's the temporary parking is going to be placed at Building C, which will be constructed. At this point, the long-term care will be decamped into the nursing home will be moved. The residents will be moved into the new Building A, and then more temporary parking where the future building fronting Highway 8 will go. And then this is the final phase. We'll have construction of the Highway 8 fronting building. So there will always be the required number of parking spaces. There won't be any disruption to, or no reason for any of the residents to move off-site, and it can all be constructed in a fairly seamless way, and the planning instruments have been designed to allow that as well. And I believe that that's the end of my presentation. If there's anything that was in there that you'd like me to elaborate on, or you saw that I didn't necessarily speak to, or any other questions, I'd be happy to do my best to answer. And I should also mention that we do have representatives from the applicant, the Senior Vice President of Operations, VP of Operations and Development. We also have a member from the architect team for the long-term care to answer questions as well, Dwight Mander.
Thank you, Anthony. So if you could just take down your presentation and I'll look to committee to see if there's any questions. See any in the queue anyway?
Wait 1 sec.
There we go.
Sorry about that. Couldn't find it.
No problem. Thank you. So I don't see any questions from committee. So I think I heard you in your presentation, but just to be specific, you are in support of the staff report, correct? Sorry, you're muted, Anthony.
I am supportive of the staff report, yes.
Thank you. So mover and a seconder to receive the agent's delegation, moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Johnson. I saw the vote. Yeah, I voted. I think I voted.
The vote didn't come up for me
It
at
did
all.
not come up, Mr. Chairman. Not for
Okay.
me either.
I got it.
So we're going to cancel and redo that vote. Okay, we're just having a technical problem with eScribe, so if you can just give me a verbal or show of hands from committee, I think that's unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, so then on to, sorry, Elsie Kelsey, you're okay with that? You've got that vote? Yep, unanimous, thank you. To receive the written submissions, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. See if we're able to vote in eScribe on that. Should have the vote there. It came up, but it's not showing a tally. We're just, the vote came up, but it's for some reason it's just not tallying. So I can take a verbal show of hands. That's unanimous. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so we'll count that as a unanimous vote. Thank you. To close the public meeting, so moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Johnson once again. So you should have the vote there. We'll see if it works. So we're not getting the tally still. Okay, so are there any opposed to closing the public meeting? Not seeing any. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Got that recorded. Thank you. And then that the public submissions were received and considered by committee in approving the application. So once again, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Are we going to try electronic vote, or do you just want me to take a tally?
I'll take a tally.
Are there any opposed? Not seeing any, so I'm going to say that that carries unanimously. And thank you. And then finally, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson, to approve the report recommendations as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted a few comments real quick, sorry. This is a major development in Ward 10, and I'm thrilled that it's a development that recognizes not only the need for long-term care and nursing homes throughout the city, but most importantly in Stony Creek, and it maintains this presence on this piece of land. I commend the applicants, their designers, engineers, architects, and our staff on the design of this project. As was mentioned earlier by Anthony and Melanie, I mean, it keeps, it creates a streetscape right through from highway number 8 to DeWitt Park. If I had to say, have I ever had such a unique project that has so much opportunity and it's all been taken advantage of on this site? To be able to have the park view, to be able to have someone walk down from highway number 8 and access DeWitt Park right behind is certainly a bonus, and especially for having the number of residents that will be moving in here, not just long-term care, but apartment units and seniors, retirement homes. It's just a wonderful vista that is being provided. So I'm really thrilled. With this project, I'll be seeing some servicing upgrades that will come along highway number 8 and DeWitt Road, which is much needed in order to address this densification that we're dealing with here and going forward in the future. I'm thrilled, Mr. Chairman, that I know some comments from residents have been about traffic, but many, many years ago, I had signalization installed at the corner of Spartan and highway number 8 or Dynasty. And number 8, I had a pedestrian access light actually installed just east of the main entrance on highway number 8. And there's signalization at DeWitt and number 8. So it certainly has all of the traffic features in place, sidewalks, wide boulevards, and transit. So I certainly am thrilled that people can actually see what's going to be there going forward. And I just want to mention that a lot of work was done by the applicants in order to maintain the presence of the existing nursing home and make sure that these residents will be able to stay there until the new facility is built and be able to transition them over. If anyone knows dealing with an elderly person, it's very, very upsetting to them when there's change. So in order to do a change twice would be just a monumental task and an enormous burden on these residents. So in order to do this without that burden is much appreciated, I'm sure, by the residents and their families. I'm pleased that it, as was mentioned by Anthony, that it's, it's an age in place. I've said this for many years, we need places where seniors can go, where family members can actually move in and be nearby. This has been a dream of many, many residents in my ward that don't want to move out, don't want to leave because their loved ones are now in a nursing home or retirement home. They want to be able to live nearby, and the opportunity is being provided here. So I won't go on and belabor. I think it's I'm very pleased. It has been a long time coming. It's been 3 years, as Anthony has mentioned, and I think once it's all said and done, there'll be certainly support in the neighborhood. Many of these residents may look at opportunity to take advantage of these spaces in the future. Thank you, everyone, and I do support this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm very supportive of this as well. And just to give everybody, I've got an invested interest actually in this property. It was Glenn's grandparents that started that church back in the 1970s when it was called Church of Our Savior. My husband and I were married there. Our son was christened there. And when I was on the council at that time for the church, the Pine Villa actually paid off the mortgage at one point and paid for major repairs on this church. There was always this partnership with Pine Villa. And now that they've merged, there was always rumors that they would merge eventually. And when the church closed up, the Pine Villa bought the property. So if you move fast forward now to the 1990s, when we were looking for a place for Papa to go into a nursing home, we couldn't find a space nearby. And it would have been ideal to have one close by for him to be. It turns out he ended up going downtown Hamilton, which was so inconvenient for Nana, who didn't drive. And then we had two other, Glenn's parents both could have used this. So my point is, this is a much needed facility, and I support it 100%, even though I do have a big, huge emotional tie to this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Oh.
Councillor Pearson?
Real quick, thank you. I appreciate Councillor Johnson's comments, and I just wanted to put a shout out to the Thomas family, who were the original owners of Pine Villa and certainly had a tremendous interest and passion in serving the aging community and certainly assisting the neighborhood and the church property as well. So I think it's due that they should also be a shout out to them for everything that they've done.
Thank you, Councillor. So to approve the report recommendations as amended, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. We're going to try an electronic vote. If
Actually, sir, I did the F5 and it seems to work. So maybe something happened in the system. We all have to do it.
Okay, give it the old F5 salute. Councillor Partridge, were you able to vote? No, so thumbs up. Thank you. I think we got everybody else. Thank you. That carries unanimously. So at this point, it's almost 12:30. Why don't we take a break until 1 o'clock? We have still a number of items to go through in our agenda, and our clerks and myself could use a little time to refresh. So I need a motion to not adjourn, recess. Although we could adjourn if you want. By Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. So reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. when we're ready to go. We're live? Okay, thank you. So we're going to resume Planning Committee meeting for July the 6th, 2021. We're on item 9.5, which is application for rural Hamilton official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands at 822 and 914 Book Road West and 1276 Shaver Road in Ancaster. Does committee wish to see the staff presentation on this application? Councillor Ferguson?
I don't need to see it, Mr. Chairman. I'm very familiar with this. Committee actually is probably, I've seen enough of this application also. The matter did go to committee of adjustment, was approved. Staff appealed that. And it came to us and the planning committee and council ultimately decided not to go with the appeal. So it's back before us again today as an OP amendment and the zoning bylaw, which is the final step in getting this done. It's a farm consolidation. There were 3 farms that were assembled to build Knollwood Golf Course. And for estate planning purposes, they're just carving out the 3 homes. There's no new homes that were built as a result of this. It's just 3 existing homes, as I say, that occurred during the farm consolidation. I know the area very well. Our family used to, or my father used to rent the Cowan farm, and I can remember many days down there combining oats and wheat, and so I'm perfectly prepared to move forward with this without seeing the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So a motion to waive the staff presentation by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Didn't. Councillor Pearson's not present. Thank you. So that carries unanimously. We have Matt Johnson with Urban Solutions. Matt?
Good afternoon, members of committee, staff, and the public. Matt Johnston, registered professional planner with Urban Solutions, joined by Mr. Cassis. And we're in complete support of the staff report and concur and thank Councillor Ferguson for his help along the way. I do have a presentation available if it's the will of the committee to hear it, but otherwise I'm just happy to answer any questions. And again, thank staff and concur with the staff report and the amendments contained within it.
Okay, thank you. Is there any desire from committee to see the presentation?
Mr. Chairman, I have no desire to see it.
Okay, thank you. So then we just need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation, moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge, unless there's any questions, which I, nope, none in the queue. Okay. So all in favor of receiving delegation? Got it. Yep. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge to close the public meeting. Favor or opposed? Thank you. That carries. And then Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge, that there were no public submissions received regarding this matter. Thank you. Carries unanimously. Thank you. And then finally, moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Partridge to approve the report recommendations as amended. Is there any discussion from committee? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Pearson, were you able to vote? We're just on item 9.5, approving the final report. Councilor Pearson, are you able to vote or just give us a thumbs up? There we go. Thank you.
Yep.
And that carries unanimously, and it seems like we've scribed back in line. Thank you. On to 9.6.
I just want to, Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
tell Jason congratulations and tell Jim he owes me a coffee.
He's too cheap to buy you a coffee, but he'll sit with you for sure.
You're right.
Thank you, everyone. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. 9.6, application for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands at 1039 and 40 Mallard Trail, 488 Dundas Street East, and 585 Skinner Road in Flamborough and Ward 15. Does committee wish to see the staff presentation? Councilor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, this is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the lands on Dundas Street East. And as everyone knows, this is all new development. The land was approved for development actually back in, I think it was 2003 to 2005 or something like that. And then the actual development ended up at the OMB, as most of my developments do. And that was about 2010, and I've been working on this one for quite some time, but it is here. I'm perfectly fine if anyone would like to see the presentation. It's a very complex four corners development, but there is nothing we can change. There are quite a few minor variances coming through, but it's all approved by the OMB. There's all kinds of legal conditions attached to it. So I'm perfectly fine either way. I'll leave that up to the committee if anyone would like to see it.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any desire from committee to see the staff presentation? If not, I'll just take a motion by Councillor Partridge to waive the staff presentation. Thank you. Second by Councillor Ferguson to waive the presentation.
And if I could speak to it briefly?
Yeah, we just have the agent, and then we'll come back to you when we get to the report, Councillor Partridge. Councillor Pearson and Councillor Farr, were you able to vote? Got everybody? Thank you. Carries unanimously. Sarah Knoll from GSP Group in attendance. Sarah?
Yes, good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sarah Knoll, and I'm a registered professional planner with GSP Group in the Hamilton office. I am here on behalf of New Horizon Development Group, and I am here jointly, which doesn't happen very often, but I'm here jointly with Mr. James Webb, who is the planner for Waterdown Bay. And James would like to say a few words following my comments, and I think he is one of the participants here. I do not have a PowerPoint to share, but I did want to speak to a few points from the staff report. First, though, I wanted to thank Elise for all her hard work with this application, along with June, now Charlie, Anita, Steve, and Jason. It's very much appreciated. Mr. Chairman, I have read the staff report, and I do agree with the recommendations within the report for committee's approval. Within the staff report, the key points of the applications are, number one is the principle of use, which is amending the commercial requirement for the four corners to an appropriate amount. And this amount was supported by the commercial needs assessment that was prepared by Tate Economic Research. And it was also supported by the peer review, which was chosen by the city, Watson and Associates Economics. And then tied to this point is allowing uses that are currently permitted on the four corners to count towards the minimum commercial requirement, such as restaurants that would add vitality to the main street. And this allows the landowner to now entertain the interest from, for example, a physiotherapist or a coffee shop that otherwise they would have to refuse, although permitted at this location, because it would not count towards the required minimum number in the UHOP and the zoning. And we hope to populate this area with tenants as soon as an interest is shown. So point 2 in this application in the staff report is removing the requirement of phasing tying the district commercial lands to the east, the Waterdown Bay lands, to these 4 corners. And through this application, each parcel's designation and zoning can stand on their own with minimum requirements for each block. And point 3 are minor amendments relating to the site-specific design. So I'm happy to expand on any points or clarify any items. But to conclude, the approval of this application has merit and should be supported as it is consistent and conforms to provincial policy, and approval of this application will continue to allow the area to function as a main street with an appropriate amount of commercial gross floor area for the location, and it will not negatively affect or compete with the existing built and established commercial locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And James?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. That's always the first and most important question. Technology has not been my friend so far today. We've suffered through a blackout and all sorts of fun things. Anyhow, my comments, Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. Very brief. Waterdown Bay is the owner of the district commercial block to the east of the lands that Sarah's been working very hard at. We're in full support of the recommendation that's before you today. The combined applications just allow for the continued and planned evolution of the Waterdown Bay subdivision, which is a very significant component of the continued growth for Waterdown, and has been done in a very comprehensive way. And the applications before you today really just allow for that implementation to proceed and further development to take place and tenants to appear for the benefit of the neighborhood. So with that, Mr. Chairman, again, we're in full support of the staff report. We do also extend our appreciation to planning staff for all their hard work bringing this to you today. And with that, I'll end my comments. I'd be pleased to assist the committee if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Are there any questions for either Sarah or James from committee? Seeing any, so I move in a seconder to receive the delegation, moved by Councillor Partridge and seconded by Councillor Ferguson. It's unanimous, thank you. And moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Ferguson to close the public meeting. All in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. And moved Partridge, seconded by Councillor Ferguson, that there were no public submissions received regarding this matter. Thank you, that's unanimous. And finally, moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Ferguson to approve the report recommendations as amended. And Councillor Partridge, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And, you know, as everyone knows, Waterdown, particularly in the East End, North, West, South, has had explosive growth and continues to. This particular development and this application are part of the Waterdown Bay South, which James did refer to. And there's, I think, around a total of, I don't know, 2,500 to 3,000, if not a few more units being built in that area. And they're about maybe a little more than a third of the way there. But, you know, what we don't have a lot of in the East End is commercial, and the commercial developments are desperately needed. The 6 other buildings that are being built are a 17-story, 12-story, and I believe a 15-story condominium with 3 6-story buildings surrounding them. Which is, you know, that's just one portion. They're going to be finished very soon. This will add to the area very much so. The traffic, of course, we're trying to get the bypass built, but I'm very supportive of just getting this building moved along and getting it done as quickly as possible. And I want to thank Elise for her hard work on this, and for June, and also Charlie, and for Waterdown Bay folks as well. been all through the OMB process long before I was elected. So it's good to see this finally come to fruition, and people just want to see the building get done and stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further discussion from committee? I'm not seeing any. So with that, we will go to final vote. All in favor or opposed? That's approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. On to discussion items, and I saw Councillor Clark earlier. Not sure if he stuck it out. We're on 10.1, the regulating of off-road vehicles. So you need a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor. Moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. So I'm going to open up the floor to discussion from committee, and then I know Councillor Clark would like to speak to this as well. So from committee, Councillor Johnson.
Yep, thank you. Just bear with me. I have a couple of comments and then I have a couple of questions. So I think I've spoken of this before, but I just want to reiterate. Back in about 2012, I had a meeting with about 90 angry farmers and the police department, and with the Conservation Authority, and one very brave soul who was the president of the ATV Club of Haldimand County. So at that time, we spent the entire summer going through all the rules and regulations. We wrote up a brochure. We had farmers complain that skidoos were coming through their lands in the wintertime and landing in the irrigation ponds and coming back at the farmer to sue the farmer because the farmer did not sign his irrigation pond properly. We also had other people who were in their ATVs going along the tree line, the hedgerows, and some of them almost get clotheslined because the farmer's not maintaining the hedgerow. It's there for a reason. It's just there as a barrier between fields. And they're getting clotheslined and they're coming back at the farmer because it's an unsafe condition. So the farmers are angry. $10,000 machine can do $10,000 damage in a very short time. So what we did was we put this brochure together, and the only regret that we had was that we did not include skidoos into this brochure. Basically, we already have a bylaw. It's called trespassing, and it's in the criminal code. So what the police did, and there was a lot of outbreak on this, was that the fact that the police went to Enbridge, got a grant, and got 2 ATVs fully loaded. And they developed a team of police officers to be on this ATV team because it's a cat and mouse game. You cannot catch these guys in the back of a field while you're sitting in your car on the road. So the ATVs were very much needed. So here are my questions, if you don't mind, please, sir. How are we going to enforce this? How can our bylaw officers get into a field and track down these ATVers that are doing all this damage? How are they going to be able to, after the fact, go to someone's house, knock on the door and say, you've been reported being there when there's no license plates and it's just my word against yours? So this is my problem that I have. How do we propose to catch someone, and how do we propose to incite these fines when we don't have the ability, the equipment, or the technology to do so?
Through the chair, hi, Councillor Monica Ciriello, new Director of Licensing and Bylaw. I think that that's a great question, and I just want to point out by highlighting, we have worked very closely with the police when it came to drafting this bylaw. So we do envision not only providing education at the beginning, so that landowners and operators of these vehicles know that we have a new bylaw put in place. We are going to be working very closely with the police. You can see from the information in our report, we get about 4 complaints per year. They get about 250. So we want to make sure that we are collaborating and working with them when it comes to blitzes. One other thing that we're looking at in our own department is utilizing drones. So we have drones in our department that will be able to go over the property and see these ATVs. They also take photos. So it's no longer going to be one word against another.
Oh, thank you, through you, Chair. That's wonderful. My next question is, why are not skidoos and also included this? They're just ATVs in the wintertime.
And through the chair, that is a great suggestion. That was not something that came up originally in conversations when we were drafting, but we'd be happy to make that amendment if you put that on the floor.
And thank you, I will, Monica, because that's what we learned from the brochures. There was no reference to the skidoos. It was summertime. Nobody thought of the wintertime until finally a skidoo driver actually went through an irrigation pond, and the guy tried to sue him for damages on his ATV or his skidoo. So I noticed on Appendix A, page 4, one of the exemptions was farming. Anything husbandry to farming, that also is part of the criminal code. So I'm really glad that that was included. One of the things that we put in the brochure, and the one thing that the police want to make sure happens, that if you are caught on a field and you have written permission from that landowner, then you are exempted. So that, in my opinion, should also be in there, that you need to have written permission from the landowner. So therefore you don't, all these charges get avoided immediately on site rather than having to go through and appeal the charges. So I think that's something that might be able to avert a lot of the problems as well. But thank you very much, Monica, and also to Councillor Clark for bringing this forward. But like I said, I was interviewed by the press the other day, and they said, bylaw for ATVs, and I said, we have one, it's called trespassing. I don't think anybody would want an ATV to run across the front of their property. So why would they assume that the field behind their house is up for grabs? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Our speakers list, we have Councillor Wilson, followed by Councillor
Mackie.
Partridge and Clark.
Micmac.
Councillor Wilson.
Micmac.
I don't know who Micmac is, but
I think that's the cat. Thank you. Just a quick question, if I could, on page 4 of the report, single question on the data. Were there, on the notation about the number of collisions, were there any collisions with bicycles at all along these rural areas? Because I know there are people who cycle in the rural areas, and there are migrant farmers, workers that rely heavily on bicycles. Thank you.
Through the chair, Councillor, that's a great question. To be honest, I believe we got the information from the police, and I'm not able to distinguish what if it was a cyclist or a motor vehicle.
Thank you. The reason for my question, in your matrix that you are going to devise, you make a note of that you'll be looking for a reduction. So if you could just give that a look, so that if they are included in the collisions, that they're also included in the assessment. Thank you.
thank you, Councillor. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'm really pleased to see this come forward. I'm cautiously optimistic. We get so many complaints around water down, and I believe we have started copying you, Monica, on a lot of the complaints that we get. But here's my concern. The police have been going out. It's ATVs, it's dirt bikes. They're ripping around farm property, but they're also ripping around all the subdivisions that are being built. They're ripping around the new bypass, which is not open yet, but parts of it are done. And it's quite the lovely drag race strip right out in front of all these beautiful $1 million homes. People are listening to it all night. We call the police, we call bylaw. By the time they get out there, they can't find anybody. We have residents who have been taking video and submitting it to the police. And then those on the ATVs who have been videoed come back after dark and rip up the beautiful front lawn landscape of the homes. And they're not caught. So how do we rectify that? I mean, what do I tell my residents? How is this bylaw going to help that?
Through the chair, I think that's a great question. And one thing I think this bylaw does is it allows us to keep that collaboration with the police. I think it's a matter of ensuring that we're working together and proactively going out. I position it that we are going to be reactively responding to complaints, but there's certainly opportunity when pressures allow to go out proactively. And Councillor, if you're telling me that you're seeing these in your ward, we'll add that to a list and we make sure that we're going to be out in there. We're going to be front and center so that they see that we're there and they won't want to come up and rip up and down those roads.
So am I hearing that Ward 15 is not on the list of the hundreds of complaints that we have submitted? And I'm not exaggerating when I say hundreds.
Councillor, if I may respond, I know you absolutely are. But before this bylaw came into effect, we didn't really have many mechanisms that we could use. I think with the ATV bylaw, we'll be able to have a stronger presence in your ward when it comes to ATVs in the road.
And I absolutely recognize that, Monica, that, you know, we really didn't have the tools. You know, unfortunately, the police, they can't do it alone. So, you know, who's going to ticket, who's going to stop the ATVs and the dirt bikes that are on the road? Is that going to be bylaw? Is that going to be the police?
Through the chair, the bylaw officers do not have the authority to stop vehicles on the road, so that will be the police. But one thing we're going to be doing is ensuring that we're collaborating with them. I mentioned earlier, we're also going to try to look at using our drone technology too to see where they end up. They eventually get off those bikes at some point. And we also want to make sure that we are providing the education to the property owners and to the drivers. So it's going to be sort of a fulsome approach on this one. One thing we're committed to doing is also bringing back these results in 2022. Did complaints go down? How many tickets were issued? What challenges are we still working through? How's the collaboration with the police on this?
So I appreciate that, Monica, because, you know, how many tickets were issued? My understanding is not very many. And, you know, police have followed, you know, these folks. In some cases, they're kids or adults that live in the subdivisions that they're screaming around on. And, you know, they try and do the education thing. As far as I'm concerned, Ward 15 is way past education. Start bringing the hammer down, because this education's been going on for 5 years now. And, you know, the police are told to get off the property. You have no right to be here. You can't tell me what to do with my kids. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm very, very frustrated. My residents are very frustrated. There's property damage and, you know, everything that I've just said for the past couple of minutes. So, Chair, I appreciate your time. Let's see how this rolls out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no further first-time speakers from committee, I will go to Councillor Clark. You're muted, Councillor. Oh, still muted.
How about now?
There we go. Now we can hear you.
There you go. Okay, I had to take my headset off. I don't know. I guess my headset's not working. Sorry about that, folks. I started to experience a lot of complaints from residents in the rural area of my ward, which Councillor Johnson has aptly described, as well as along the hydro corridor in behind Summit Park. What I learned about the trespass bylaw is that the property owners have to be cooperative with the police in order for a trespass charge to be laid. Property owners are reluctant to get that involved because they're afraid of retribution, as Councillor Partridge has so aptly described. The situation came to a culmination earlier this year. It would have been January of 2021 when the province announced changes for off-road vehicles in parts of Ontario that would enable permitted off-road vehicles to use the municipal highways. Municipalities were also given the authority to create a new bylaw to prohibit or restrict the use of all off-road vehicles. So the province, while on one hand they were enabling the use of the trails in Northern Ontario, they also gave municipalities the authority to create a bylaw to restrict the use of off-road vehicles on public and private property. That's when I brought forward the request, which was supported by council, to look at a new bylaw for the city of Hamilton. I've read the bylaw. I'm very pleased with the bylaw. I agree with Councillor Johnson that skidoos should be added to the bylaw. I believe dirt bikes are included in the bylaw. if I can just get confirmation from Monica on that, Mr. Chairman, I would appreciate it.
Go ahead, Monica.
Through the chair, it's not explicitly mentioned dirt bikes, but it definitely makes reference to all terrain vehicles, but we can add that in as well for clarity.
So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we include dirt bikes as well as skidoos. The next question would be, how do we handle off-road pickup trucks? I don't even know if that's actually an apt description, but we have had a number of incidents where 4x4 vehicles, which are in essence roadworthy vehicles, are now ripping up and down the hydro corridor. Would that be captured by this bylaw? To Monica, Mr. Chairman?
Through the chair, we definitely have a broad sense of what vehicle means in the bylaw, and it very well could as a recreational off-highway vehicle. But again, if this is something that you want specifically spelled out, we can make that addition.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a committee member to include skidoos, dirt bikes, and 4x4 roadworthy vehicles. I don't know a better way to describe it. I'd leave it to Monica to help me with that. But what I have found, and I'm glad the police gave us their reporting, because if you look at 2012 to 2020, they have more than doubled the number of incidents dealing with this type of ATV and off-road vehicle. So I'm very pleased that the police and our municipal law enforcement team have worked together to help draft this bylaw so that it is something